key purpose of this thing of the electricity market we are trying to propose now. So, and presently, this shows the present electricity market we have now. Now we are moving to the purpose, the objective of this section. The objective of this section is to recommend and refine and finalize market structure, discuss the development and approval of implementation plan, pilot testing of market surveillance and tools, and dispute resolution framework. Also, the fourth objective is assessment of financial strategy and partnership. Then preparation to commence the full market implementation. Now, after a series of engagement and with all the stakeholders, based on the online engagement that happened sometimes in April, there's a lot of policy proposals that came up to be discussed for the robust discussion in preparation for the wholesale electricity market as we are planning for medium-term electricity market. Among the proposal from the series of engagement is institutional and a governance framework. So what are the institutional governance framework that was proposed? Number one is to establish a steering committee by NEC to drive the transition activities for the wholesale market. And this has to be done within the short period, maybe between the period of 1 to 2 years. And also to identify the risk mitigation framework for the wholesale electricity market steering group in alignment with NEC led risk monitoring and to identify and address the risk swiftly. So this is very important also to identify the risk, because what we are going to, the medium-term electricity market, there's a lot of uncertainty that might arise. So there have to be, to identify the risk that might prop up along the line. Thirdly, is to foster collaboration between the governance agency, regulatory bodies, financial institutions, and private sector. And facilitate regular stakeholder engagement and dialogue through consultation, workshop, and public forum. Then creation of a mechanism for interface between interface management between states. And the next policy that they are proposing for medium-term electricity market is financial planning and investment. So under this one, under the financial planning and investment, TCN implementation of a transparent and well-defined performance improvement plan with a clear financing plan. Then to explore various financial solutions for TCN, performance for improvement plan, creation of mechanisms like government-backed guarantee to mitigate investment risk, because we all know that the TCN is is a backbone of the electricity market. At least they are in terms of evacuation. So we have to have, before we can have a good, stable, and a strong wholesale electricity market, the evacuation infrastructure had to be improved and efficient. And also, thirdly, another policy proposed for this wholesale electricity market is infrastructure development. And in this case, we need to identify the key infrastructure projects for and package for private investment to enhance grid efficient and resilient. Because the purpose of the reform is also to attract private sector and involvement of private sector into the sector. And also, framework for public-private partnership in transmission projects. So either in form of ROT, either in form of project financing and other stuff. Then the fourth proposed policy for wholesale electricity market to be robust is regulation and market transition. Transition of NEC from consumer protection service to focus on wholesale regulatory activities. So NEC will be more focused on more on wholesale regulatory activities than customer protection services, because since the market is also trending down to the states now. Also to ensuring competition among DISCO with new market entrants. Systematic transition plan for AEMP sunset. Transition from single buyer model to a whole electricity market.
Please, may we all stand up and give a rousing applause to the Honorable Minister of Power, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Chief Adebayo Adelabu, as he makes his entry to the start of today's event for the second day. Please also a round of applause for Professor Bat Naji, the chairman of Geometrics Power and a former cabinet minister and minister of power for the Federal Republic of Nigeria as well. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. And now we have two ministers, so I'm trying to find it very. Honorable Minister Chief Adebayo Adilabu, you are duly recognized. Thank you very much. Professor Bat Naji, thank you also for coming. We appreciate your presence. Please move, proceed.
Okay, thank you. So, like we said, the fourth proposed policy for the electricity market is regulatory and market transition. So, like we said, like it has been proposed, transition of NEC from consumer protection service to focus on OC regulatory activities. So, in this case now, NEC will be more focusing on OC regulatory activities. Then also ensure competition among discos with new market entrants, because there's going to be a lot of market entrants that are coming in form of retailers and other things. Retailers also will come in. Systematic transition plan for embed sunset, transitioning from single buyers model to a wholesale electricity market. So we believe before the end of the year, the embeds is either embed is going to be transformed to, instead of from single buyer now, they are going to transform to the wholesale electricity market. Because it's likely that by the end of the year, November precisely, perhaps the embed will try to be modified. Then ensuring financial viability of market participants with cost recovery mechanism. So also, lastly, among the proposed, the last policy that proposed for middle-term electricity market is capacity building and the emergence of integration, renewable energy integration. So in this case, there have to be comprehensive renewable energy integration and flexibility for the integration into the phases and the necessary operational requirement, because we all know that renewable energy is intermittent technology, so definitely before we can, so there has to be systematic approach to plan and also to how to integrate the renewable energy into the grid. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wolabi. Dr. Sunday Wolabi, thank you very much for your presentation. My name is Jumoke Delano. It's my privilege to moderate this session. And I would like to invite the panelists, our esteemed panelists, for this very interesting discussion on the national wholesale market, starting with Mr. Kola Adeshino, the Group Managing Director of Sahara Group. You are welcome, sir. It's a pleasure to have you on the panel. Our second panelist, welcome, sir, is Dr. Musli Hussaini, ably represented. He's the commissioner, the vice chairman, for NERC, ably represented by Mr. Abba Terab, the GM market rates. 10 times is how do we release the stranded generation? So we have an installed generation capacity of 13 gigawatts, and this could get to 20 gigawatts or more if we include the sizable captive generation that is available in the country. What needs to be in place to quickly make these generation capacities quickly available for trade in the wholesale market? I would like to start with Mr. Kola Adeshino and then proceed to the other members of the panel. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, Honorable Minister. Good morning, Professor Batanaji. I would not want to go further, but say good morning to my future regulator and boss, the Honorable Commissioner for Energy and Natural Resources in Lagos. He is a fantastic human being, he's a good man. He will make life better for me. So I say good morning one more time to you. I want to say good morning to everybody. Well, just on a lighter note, you will see that those of us who have made investment in the sector, we don't have a choice but to be here, so we're not represented by anybody. So we have to come ourselves because... And you will see action of the sunsetting agency, AEMP, a little to the right, a little to the left, further left, inner right, is telling you that you don't tell a man that he's sunsetting and you expect him to be at peace with himself. Well, for some of us, I think it's lack of clarity, lack of coherence, lack of sense of purpose and sense of urgency that has led to the disaggregation and non-aggregation of the sector to be able to deliver the value we want to see. Each time we speak of the power sector in Nigeria, and we've done that too many times in the last couple of years, some of us worry and wonder in terms of capacity that is available out there relative to the capacity that is on the grid. The capacity outside the grid is far, far higher than the capacity on the grid. Self-generation, by what I mean here. The question has always been that why do we need power? We need power for quality of life. We need power for industrialization. Are we industrializing? If we're not industrializing, we can't have increased electricity. If we're not thinking together as one body, we definitely will continue to have confusion. And I'm hoping that the Electricity Act is not going to be a tool of confusion, but rather a tool that will truly open the space up for us to truly accelerate the progress we want to see. 13,000 megawatts installed capacity, but 5,000 that was recently made available is not a good advert for a 220 million population, whether we all like it or not, because that simply means that we are even in the negative in terms of what is available relative to what has been installed. So the question is, our priorities, our projects, our budget, the allocation of resources, are they all geared towards ensuring that we even meet that 13,000 megawatts? And that invariably simply means for me that whether it's state government or federal government, there must be coherence in terms of the language we speak and why we're going to where we are going to. All of us must commonly agree that this is the path we need to follow. The elephant in the room in the last couple of years has always been finance, more than any other thing. And finance has been a problem because of the fact that we don't have a right tariff. We don't have a right tariff because of the fact that there is a belief that people cannot afford to pay the right price. There is that belief because of the fact that we have poverty of the mind relative to who we are as Nigerians in terms of our resilience and our capacity to create wealth. So if all these things are put together, I feel, yes, we should be able to bridge that gap, but not just bridge the gap. My own vision for Nigeria is that we're doing 200,000 megawatts, and we're still even saying it's not enough. And we can only do that if all homes are lit and there are industries coming into Nigeria. When vessels come into the country, they bring in goods. When they leave empty. How do we ensure that vessels come in, they bring in goods, and they take goods out of Nigeria so that we're earning dollars? How do we ensure that what is being imported into the country are machineries and equipment, not consumable goods that we're just consuming and gobbling away the future of the country? How do we ensure that we truly can produce enough to take Africa first and foremost, and then the rest of the world? If we're production-minded and not consumption-minded, I truly believe that, yes, we can bridge that gap very soon. A lot of money is out there, trillions of dollars, and the trillions of dollars are looking for where the opportunities are, and those opportunities can be converted to wealth. The question is, there are gaps, and there are issues and challenges that needs to be plugged in, and which is why I want to conclusively salute African Development Bank and UK NIF for putting this together, because with ADB in the room, it gives confidence to some of us who have invested and who will still continue to invest that there is a big superpower financial institution that is able to support our ideas and initiatives. We look forward to a better Nigeria, but I hope we all know that hope is not a strategy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adeshino. I take that feedback, and I recall your joke about a little to the left and a little to the right. And you find that even within the power sector, people that were on the left have found themselves on the right. It happens all the time. People that are in the regulator find themselves as operators. So not only for the sunsetting agency, you also find people moving a little to the left and a little to the right. Thank you, sir. Mr. Abatera, please, NERC.
Thank you very much. Good morning, the Honorable Minister. Good morning to distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Unlocking the capacity that is stranded will entail a lot of activities from regulatory to policy and also dealing with the finance required to help that. Currently, most of our industries are not on the grid simply because of the reliability issues on the grid. So how do you make sure that the grid is attractive to bring back these industries? So it means we have to invest in resilience and reliability of the transmission grid, because with the grid frequency out of the required standard in the grid code and frequent fluctuations, most of the industries cannot afford to be on the grid. So to do that, we have to invest regarding providing the spinning reserves and required resilience for the transmission grid to operate effectively. So even when this Band A tariff was approved, that was a key challenge that currently the transmission company is using the distribution companies to maintain the grid, which is should be the last resort. So I think we need to invest in that. There is, of course, a cost involved in that, and that cost needs to be managed within the system so that players can be comfortable to operate on the grid. So if we do that, it means we are improving the bankability of the grid. It means more of the stranded capacities can be unlocked onto the grid because we have paying customers that can pay, that have very little or almost zero ATC and C losses. So that will help in doing that. Bottom line, it's the issue of cost recovery. For the grid to grow, the grid must be able to recover its cost. And where there is a provision for subsidy, it has to be funded. And if it's not funded in a timely manner, it means investors cannot cannot be able to pay, or the generators or operators within the industry cannot pay for routine maintenance and also to invest in bringing those capacities back on the grid. So these are minimum requirements that will help to do that. We have to be creative in terms of how to structure investments in an innovative way. Probably we need maybe enough financing requirements through setting up probably a power bank that will provide concessionary lending to the players within the industry so that they can invest, because the lead time for the recovery of this investment takes a long period. So if the current investment they are getting is a mismatch because they are getting short-term loans for long-term investments. So I think I will stop here, then take other issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tarab. I hear regulatory policy, which is a key part. I hear cost recovery, which is a very important component if there are going to be any investments, in the transmission network, because they say capital. I've heard it said at this meeting that capital follows the line of least resistance. So we should not be creating stumbling blocks if we want people to invest. Thank you very much, Mr. Terab. Mr. Alunge, please.
Thank you very much. Honourable Minister, thanks for allowing us to be part of this policy drive you're doing. It's always very, very challenging when you speak after somebody of like minds before you. So it seems to have taken everything you have in mind to say, but I will still have to add some points. I see this stranded capacity in three different ways. They actually, you have existing GENCOs that actually have stranded capacity they cannot really use because maybe the contract they have with AEMP, they're not being paid for the SS, so no need for us to put them, don't have money to maintain them. You also have the captive players that they don't trust the grid, they don't trust supply, so they just build overcapacity and they still have excess they can give it. Then you have the new hydros that the government recently completed and handed over to Ministerial. So from those three, that's really what is making up all this. Now, not repeating what Tarabab said, I think one of the easiest ways is through paying the existing debt that is the market. I say this because most of these people with this stranded capacity, they are looking at what is going on. What is it that we encourage them to see that they are going to bring this stranded capacity to the grid? If they know that there's still debt that has not been paid, then they won't be satisfied. So it's what the government is doing, wanting to pay those debts. I think 3.3 billion. We saw the minister say something yesterday. So those, to me, is a very, very low-hanging ways of trying to get people to push them to say, okay, we are ready. And please come in and do this. And also, the policy direction is also important because the existing rules that we have to be able to play around it to allow for easy contracting, where people will be able to say, okay, I don't have to go through too much robust to be able to put this small capacity I have to the grid, because you might end up spending so much time just to maybe get an agreement for just 10 megawatts. But if you make it simplified, it encourages people to say, let's go into that. And before I stop, the gas. Most of all these, they don't have gas. So when you pay the debt and you encourage the gas suppliers to be able to put in more gas, you see that it becomes a kind of low-hanging fruit. Let me stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lunge. I hear you when you talk about paying existing debts and how this will catalyze, further investment in the sector. That is definitely a domino. It will have a positive domino effect on the sector. Thank you, sir. Okay. Engineer Daniel, please.
Okay, the minister, distinguished guests, my co-panelists, good morning. Thank you for this opportunity. First and foremost, yes, it is true that the installed capacity on the grid is about 13 gigawatts. But we all are aware that on 1st March 2021, the peak generation was put at about 5,008. That tells us that there is definitely an issue. Installed capacity 13, what we are able to really do about 5,008. These issues can easily be put around things like, of course, gas availability, like my core panelists have just mentioned, water management. And I think at this juncture, I want to seize this opportunity to still appreciate the minister and his effort to ensure that this gas is available for these generation companies to generate optimally. And of course, we have issues about machine unavailability. We have issues centered around the transmission corridor. Yes, a lot has been done in transmission, but we still have a pocket of issues here and there that will ensure that there is optimal evacuation of this generation from some of these generation companies. And yesterday, while we were here at around 1100 hours, there was a report of rainfall around the southern eastern region and the western region, southwestern region, and the system operator at the National Control Center had to ramp generation down to about 2007 to tell you that also that there are issues in the whole value chain that needs to be addressed to ensure that even this 13,000 gigawatts is first made available before, of course, additionally, we will now talk about the captive generation. Of course, for the captive generation, definitely, as my regulator have said, regulatory frameworks have to be there to ensure that what they are generating, they can also as well sell surplus back to the grid. And for them to sell this surplus back to the grid, it means there must be grid interconnection. So the transmission network must, of course, meet up with the captive generators and to offtake, and of course to evacuate. That's the right word. Evacuate this generation back to the end user. And of course, the market mechanism, as the regulator have rightly also said, must be such that there must be real return on this investment. Whatever you are putting up into the grid, you should be able to earn back. That will put back more confidence on every captive generator to actually come up into the grid. So I think that's my take on that.
Thank you, Engineer Daniel. The issue of cost recovery is a recurring theme even among the panelists, that there's a need, for cost recovery. If there are investments, then there must be return on those investments. I also hear about net metering and the ability for surplus, maybe captive generators, to be able to sell to the grid. Thank you very much, Engineer. Mr. Nemeka, please.
The Honorable Minister of Power and the former Honorable Minister of Power here present, distinguished stakeholders, the organizers of this event, thank you so much for this opportunity to speak at this event. I'd like to, first of all, I concur with the various comments that have been made here already regarding the issue. I would also want to kind of throw light on one or two other things. In looking at how to unlock 13 gigawatts, an issue has been raised about the gas debt resolution, which is very important. But of course, the question is whether, even if that gas debt is resolved, do we have sufficient gas and even hydro to support 13 gig? Is there a need for additional investment in gas gathering to sustain 13 gigawatts of electricity? Looking at the other side of the value chain, you now look at the issue of transmission and distribution. The work that needs to be done on transmission is already known. If you look at the Fitchner report of 2017, it lays out all the work that needs to be done across the entire grid up till 2035, if I'm correct. So it's already done. If you look at the performance improvement plans that the regulator NERC concluded with each of the 11 DISCOs, again, you see a well laid out a plan that sets out specifically what needs to be done in each segment, in each business unit within each DISCO. The question, of course, remains, where will the money come from? And so, on the one hand, there's need to fix the fiscal network, because ultimately, electricity does not follow a contract pathway. Electricity follows a fiscal network to move. So even if you have the best contract, if the fiscal network has issues, ultimately, the problems of the fiscal network will impact on the contract and the economics of the contract, because then you start having issues about deemed capacity, what do you do when capacity is not dispatched, etc. And so I would commend the Honorable Minister of Power for the initiative to have the policy dialogue, because ultimately, the kind of investment that will be required to unlock 13 gig in this country, it requires, one, a lot of capital, number two, patient capital. Patient capital is capital that can wait for a long time in a country. Where you have policy uncertainty, the kind of capital you'll be attracting is capital that, for people that are looking for maybe something that will give them, they want to get back their money within 6 months or 1 year or 2 years. But the kind of capital that actually fixes infrastructural networks is capital that can stay in a country for 10 years, for 20 years. And that requires some level of certainty about the policy framework, the regulatory framework, the legal framework, and then on the basis of those frameworks, you're now building the contracts and the commercials. So one of the things I'm hoping will come out of this event is that laying the solid policy foundation, every other thing can now be built on that solid foundation to ensure that we're able to have a sustainable basis to recover capacity. One last point I'll note is that when we're talking about 13 gig, let's also keep in mind that Nigeria has an aging generation fleet. And so, whilst theoretically we have 13 gig of installed, if you consider the fact that the economic life of a thermal plant is about 20 years, and that of a hydro plant maybe about 30, then you now ask yourself, of the 13 gig that is installed, how old is that fleet? So you see that a good chunk of what we call 13 gig is actually aging generation fleet, that even if you unlock all the gas, then what you start finding is that plants will start having maintenance problems, okay? And so it's important to also think about how we incentivize brand new generation that can come onto the system to refresh the existing generation fleet. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your contributions. We've had a lot of different adjectives to describe the type of capital. Yesterday we had intelligent capital, we had foolish capital, And now today we have patient, capital, patient and discerning, capital. So thank you very much for those contributions. We have certainly noted them. While, in this first set of introductory questions, we have discussed the issue of gas, because gas is something you can't ignore based on where we are as a country, the energy mix that we have. Some people say 70%, 75% of our energy mix is made up, is from gas. So we have to always come back to the issue of gas, which is a very close, what I would say, twin brother, of the power sector. Gas to power. One critical stakeholder that we must always engage is the gas to power stakeholder group. And having a committee that involves them could be one way of bringing them closer. But for the two, operators, in our midst, I would like to hear Mr. Adeshino and Mr. Yesu Alonge. What other ways can gas to power stakeholders be made to feel sufficiently invested in the NESI to participate in the wholesale market actively? Yes, we've talked about financing.
Okay, thank you very much. As you raised the issue of gas to power, the Honorable Minister and I looked at each other and we both smiled. And it's because of the fact that just before he came into the room, there was a conversation around gas to power. And gas to power from the standpoint of two stratification. Gas to power to industry, gas to power to homes. How do we stratify and ensure that we get both active? One of the things I've heard about gas, and I'm sorry to say this to the room, and I'm glad my brother Longe is there, who used to pay us, but is now being paid. If you go to the gas company and you ask this question, what investment are they making to ensure that there is gas availability for power? I'm very certain, because I'm in that space today, little or no investment for gas to power. So what you see today is that most of the gas companies are actually investing in gas either for export or for other markets within Nigeria, not for power. And the reason is not far-fetched. It's because of the fact that we're not being paid. Interestingly, we are equally into gas production as well as we speak here today. And it will surprise you that my gas company is refusing to supply gas to my power company. Why? Because my gas company is not being paid. And, and each time I'm on both sides, the question is, how do I take a decision? Do I tell my gas company to give gas for free and not be paid? It's a question that has been very difficult to answer, and which is why I'm sorry to again go back to this. It's your priority that determines your decision in life. What are your priorities? Without you clarifying your priorities, any decision you're making is just going to be haphazard. One of the things that I've heard, and I'm going through it as we sit here today, is that at the time I'm making my investment, the exchange rate was 169. At the time I'm being paid, the exchange rate is 1,533 in the market. The exchange rate being used to pay me is at 700 or 800. So the market cannot expect me to be subsidizing the business. So you have lack of incentive whatsoever, and I repeat, whatsoever, for gas investment in Nigeria. I know without a doubt, because I'm involved, there is no gas sufficient enough for 13,000 megawatt capacity. None. The work program required to release that gas is not even there. And of course, we know that this requires a timeline. It's not immediate. It's not something that can be triggered overnight. I like the fact that Dr. Nemeka raised the issue that gas gathering effort, how many is happening in Nigeria? Those are indications as to what is going to happen tomorrow. So you cannot religiously trigger tomorrow without investment, without a work program. So there is a need for clarity in that space first and foremost. Let's have that sense of priority. 2, let's sequence our activities. You know, because when you are talking of gas development, you must concurrently be talking about generation capacity itself. And like he said, that's Dr. Nemika earlier, the ages of these machines, they are all growing old. And of course, it simply means that the efficiencies are dropping. Unfortunately, the rate of loading up and loading down in Nigeria does not exist anywhere in the world, where in the morning they will ask you to ramp up, midday they will ask you to ramp down, in the evening they will ask you to ramp up, an hour later they will ask you to ramp down. The machines were not built for that purpose. These are base load machines meant to be running. So of course, I'm meant to be paid for such activity because it increases my maintenance cost, but I'm not being paid. So there is not even incentive as a generator to commit additional capital into that. The next one is transmission itself. If the transmission infrastructure projects being put together does not align with gas development, nor generation, and you are just building transmission infrastructure everywhere, then of course, it's journey to nowhere. Arrow of time does not allow you to just build an infrastructure and allow it just not deliver what it's meant to deliver. We are being devalued in that space. And sadly, the last critical component here, the population of Nigeria is not decreasing, it's increasing every day. So the number of people meant to use this capacity, they are increasing in number, and we've built infrastructure for a specific number of people, but that number has changed. By the time we're able to deploy that energy, there is a problem. So for every minute of delay, of lack of coordination, clarity, coherence, in terms of where we're going and how we intend to get there and how to commit resources to them, we are not going to achieve the kind of result we want. The customer that we've not spoken to here is not patient like the capital that is supposedly patient. Is not foolish because we have educated them with all the forms of terminologies in the power sector. My mom was asking me, what is band A again? You used to teach me ATC and C, now I know band A, band whatever. So what new lexicon are you guys coming up with? So it's neither there, nor is it intelligent, because intelligence supports progress. I'm not seeing, and I'm sorry to say this, I'm seeing so much of activities, so much of motion, and less of progress. Let's make progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adishino. I would like to just pick out one of the things you mentioned was also mentioned yesterday by Mr. Paul Bachi on sequencing. That sequencing is critical, you know, that we must, as we have a coherent or cohesive plan, there must be a sequence to the activities so that we were actually making progress and not all motion and no movement. Thank you. Mr. Yusufu.
Thank you very much. I think for this question you asked, I work for Seplat, and I think I'm very proud to say that we have about 440 million scof that we supply to the market. More than 85% is to the power sector. And I think 2-3 days ago, the president just also commissioned a 300 million scof gas plant facility by Seplat too. So you can see the commitment that we have for the power sector. Even the 300 million scof, if you look at it, say open cycle, maybe about 1.35 gigawatts of power. That's what we're talking about. So commitment from the gas players is really there for power. But the problem is, gas investment is very capital intensive, and it's not kind of an easy investment. You invest and you start running around offices asking people to pay you. So what does that do? What does it do? It discourages people from saying, I'm going to invest in more facilities. So I think the present government is doing the right thing, wanting to offset even legacy debt. So this kind of policy or initiatives will definitely encourage the gas players to say, okay, we believe that it's challenging for the government, but the government is willing to meet us halfway, so at least we'll be able to get this money and also further invest in it. So that is, to me, is very, very important to pay for the legacy debt and also ongoing obligation. Again, there are also incentives that the president recently just gave to the gas sector. These are very good incentives. So these ones will encourage more gas players to even go into building more gas facilities. So that is one other way. There's even some of these gas contracts. Some are they're not even firm. It's more like pay as you go, willing buyer, willing seller, which again is not really the best for the gas players. So they want, if you could firm this contract and make sure that things will work. So I know if you want me to meet my obligations to make sure I give you consistent gas supply, make sure we sign this contract and you are paying. So this just needs to be put in place. And if I don't say this before I leave here, it will be, I think my people in Seplat and also guys, they will not like this. We've been hearing the push that stop paying dollars and go to Naira. I think the narrative has been very, very, very wrong. The actual payment for gas, you are paying in Naira, just that there are kind of indexation in dollars that has been considered. So if you don't do that, how do you expect the gas suppliers to be able to pay their debt? So I think we just need to at least work with these gas players and understand that, look, they're not asking you to pay them in dollars. Pay us in Naira, but make sure you pay the equivalent in Naira. By the end, yes, we're meeting halfway. We can even convert the Naira to dollars to pay our obligations. So if we're asking you to pay in dollars, then we'll say, okay, it's being kind of not too good because you're in a kind of Naira economy. But that's not the ask. So I think those kind of things, if we do those things, then you end up people being happy. And again, lastly, the tariff, yes, the tariff for the gas was recently increased. The reason because when you compare it to the cost of the investment is the problem. So the players, that is the gas players and also the power players, I think they need to look for a way to synergize. And I know in the past there used to be some kind of committees where they have regular interaction. I think they still have. So they need to try to work on that platform so that at least that will encourage the gas people to know that, okay, we need to put more investment and get things work. Let me stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lunge. So I'm hearing that, yes, we commend the government for the payments that are coming, and there's a need to put a structure in that ensures that even current invoices are paid, in a timely, way, and that gas companies are not averse to being paid in Naira as long as there is an indexation that does not allow them to suffer losses. Thank you so much for those contributions. So we'll go to the third question, which is that the policy recommendation has been that NERC should establish an agile monitoring framework as we transition from this one bulk trader, to a wholesale electricity market. An agile risk monitoring framework or tool for assessment, early warning signals, identification of risk to enable a timely and swift response. And my question to the GM from NERC, Mr. Abaterab, is how can proactive risk management be entrenched as a practice in the NESI, seeing that we are almost always in firefighting mode? How can we have a structure that, promotes constructive early warning and a framework for risk management as we journey to this transition?
Thank you very much for the question. I think to help in managing the risk with the national wholesale electricity market, the first step is to establish the independent system operator, because that will help in providing transparency and clarity to players within the market, that if they trade into the market, their details are not compromised because there are other market participants there. Secondly is the issue of investing in data analysis and data quality. The Commission also, through the help of our development partners, African Development Bank, is building up a data aggregation and analysis platform where all the industry data can be provided. So with enough data to the Commission and also an independent system operator that is operating within the market rules provisions as well as the grid code, then it will help to detect risk and then quickly respond to address that. But bottom line also, like we discussed, the market operates based on contracts, and those contracts must be firm and not best endeavor, because best endeavor contracts clearly creates a lot of distortion because there's no consequence for bad behavior. So we want to minimize that. So with the wholesale electricity market, subscribers to the market must meet the minimum requirements set within the market rules and the grid code. So if they don't meet that, then initially there's an error there. So you don't entertain such poor contracts within the market. I think that will help in minimizing the risk, but of course, with enough data and communication in terms of investment by the TCN in communication and automation as well as IT infrastructure, that will help provide clarity and also detect areas where there is opportunity for market abuse, because the fear is that if you have a wholesale electricity market, there is a risk that, okay, players within the market can form like a cartel to game the pricing, to push the price up or down. But I think once the contractual processes are clear, and then the process of contracting is also through a competitive process, it will help. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Additional, would you like to speak to this issue on risk management as an operator, so that we have both sides, not just the regulatory side?
The highest risk for me in the power sector has been that there is non-equalization in the energy supplied and payment received. Until you can unify both, then you have a problem, and somebody would be must be responsible for that problem. Is that gap, that delta, that is causing so much of pain and anguish. The lack of firm contracts is not based on the fact that people don't want to sign firm contracts, but there are obligations associated with firm contracts, and those obligations from the day one, the moment you are even signing, you know there will be default. And then the consequence of default, you know what it means. Banks they will smile at you at the point when you are taking the loan, but they won't smile when they are coming to you to say, hey, you've defaulted, you have to pay up. So those are issues that needs to be addressed and addressed fronted. The risk, the biggest risk really, so far in the sector today is we're not receiving the commensurate revenue for the energy that is sent out. Until we are able to do that, then we'll just be speaking so much of English. For me, the data must be converted to information. The information must be converted to a decision that holistically can make everybody healthy. It's the health or lack of well-being of the sector that is the cause of the stress we're all going through today. Somebody somewhere must be able to be responsible for the various risks, and that risk is either is insurable, and then you can recover, or is not insurable. But today, I'm sure it's very difficult for you to find any insurable risk in the strict sense of the word. And I give you an example. I'm seeking a bank guarantee for one of my gas supplier, and they're saying it has to be cash backed. And most people don't understand the meaning of cash back guarantees. It simply means that I'm tying down money. Because in global climes, that's not the way business is done. It's not cash. Well, I'll put cash for the operation. I'll put cash in the bank, waiting that there will be a default. The money is not working for me. It increases the cost of capital for me. It increases the entire cost of the business. The man that is meant to repay me, ultimately the customer, is saying that the tariff is high. And one of the things that should give us concern here, in this room and beyond, is that if Band A customers, who are supposedly the affluent members of the community, are making the kind of noise we've heard in the last couple of weeks in Nigeria, is indicative of how bad things are down the line. So we need to intelligently now understand what is truly happening and how to resolve those issues. Those are the risks I think we need to pay attention to.
Thank you, Mr. Additional. So I hear accountability. You know, that parties must be accountable, you know, and risks must be allocated, you know, to the parties best able, you know, to handle those risks. So I'm going to combine two questions, you know, in order to manage our time. And it has to do with the role of TCN being a critical, you know, part of the value chain, that sits strategically between the GENCOs, and the distribution companies. And my question is, how can TCN better allocate resources across states and regions in order to achieve its PIP targets? And the second question is, and also structure its operations to attract private investment, because TCN, the government, may not be able to do everything themselves. How can TCN, align its projects and, attract investment? I will start with Engineer Daniel, please.
Thank you very much. TCN, yes, it is true. TCN sits in the middle. The EA 2023 categorically made it open, and particularly Section 109, that investment into the transmission network is a welcome development. And TCN is actually very open in the ambit of course, operating within the rules of law to align with the EA 2023 to ensure that whether it is a PP, of course, to adopt any form of PPP arrangement in ensuring that the grid investment coming from players who are interested in investing in transmission network is welcome, whether it is a design, build, transfer model, or whether it is a design, build, operate, and transfer, whether it is own, operate, maintain, or whether it is finance, build, operate, maintain. Whatever it is, depending on the nature of whatever project execution and the particular project that will be done, TCN is open, of course, with the approval of the Commission, as the EA 2023 has stipulated, to actually work to ensure that investments are made to make the transmission grid more robust as it should be. And to say that the Transmission Company of Nigeria already has a full department, the Business Development Department, which has already been developed, of course, made to work with specific business objectives to ensure that whatsoever it is that will ensure that the transmission network is welcomes investment to make it more viable. It is done, and of course, policies around ensuring more transparency. Now, one of the core values of Transmission Company of Nigeria is transparency and professionalism, among others. And so with more transparency, more professionalism, it gives more room for other players to say, oh, whatever I'm putting in as an investment into the Transmission Company of Nigeria or into the transmission network, there will, of course, with the right tariff from the regulator, there will, of course, be return on this investment. In terms of allocation of resources to around states and regions, now the PIP is a great tool for the Transmission Company of Nigeria. It has identified needs in collaboration with the distribution companies to ensure that there is credible, demand-driven resource allocation around the grid, to ensure that whatsoever needs around the grid is being met with the resources that is made available to the company through its tariff, and of course the donor agencies who, from, of course, like the AFDB that funds some of our projects. With that, I believe even the reliability of the grid will be more enhanced and the infrastructure, that's based on infrastructure development and then technologies coming into the transmission network. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Daniel. Mr. Nemeka, please, can you comment?
The critical investment needs to come into TCN, absolutely. And not just TCN, of course, you need to look at the last mile in terms of the DISCOs as well. And one of the things if you look at how the electricity value chain works, you see that for you to make money from generation, you must have made the whole investment. The point of the PPA is to recover what you have invested. Right. Now, that concept, that principle needs to find its way across the entire value chain. Right. So today you find, the question is, if you look at whether it's TCN or DSCOs, the idea should be that you've invested, and then the tariff enables you to recover what you have invested, not for the tariff to give you the money to invest. Now, except we flip this, even for the next 10 years, we'll continue to have this issue. All generation investments, all generation investors, all the IPPs, they invest 100%. You know, the Geometric did not make one naira until they had finished making all the investment. Now, that needs to happen for transmission. It needs to happen for distribution. And it's about finding how that kind of capital, because what it means is that you must be able to attract the investment to making the network without relying on the tariff to give you the money. Otherwise, it becomes a perennial treadmill. You know, tariff increase, tariff increase, tariff increase, but then where is the investment? But I will also, just one point of clarification though, just on the earlier thing had been two things. Number one, the concept of NBET is not a single buyer. NBET is a central buyer. Okay, so right now, nothing prevents GENCOs from selling to DISCOs. Nothing prevents GENCOs from selling to eligible customers. All those things are legally allowed under the law. Second point of clarification, to the point that Mr. Longe had raised about gas dollarization. The question has always been, are all the costs in the gas sector dollarized? No. There are people that are in Seplat and in other NNPC and other places that are paid in naira. Okay? So they have naira costs. So why should gas be 100% dollarized? The Honorable Minister of Power has made this case already that there needs to be an adjustment to that. Some portion of that tariff needs to be naira without any dollar indexation. Maybe I'll stop here for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those contributions. And I think I would ask Mr. Abaterab to just put a regulatory cap, you know, on these discussions so that we can hear from the regulator in terms of attracting investments into transmission.
Thank you very much. To attract investment into transmission, what we have seen when reviewing the PIP plan for TCN, most of the development finance they're getting, they are now avoiding investment in network lines because of the huge challenge of getting right-of-way issues. And a lot of investment have been stranded. Like we have the Kano-Kaduna line has been stranded for more than 10 years simply because of how to address right-of-way. So I think we need to have a policy solution in partnership, the federal government with the state government, to see that right-of-way issues can be addressed. That will help in de-risking investment or third-party investment in transmission. I think if we do that, it will go a long way. The second part is to ensure the recovery. So what type of scheme can we provide that investors can come in, identify a line, invest, and then use the energy that will flow through the line to recover the cost of their investment. So I think those are areas. We already have the third-party investment in networks, so it's there. But the issue for it to work is very difficult simply because of the right-of-way issues, which currently is a big risk for private investors to take. So government needs to see how to de-risk that point. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Please put your hands together for the panel. Mrs. Delano, I was just sitting down there and just looking at how you try to manage these gentlemen because you've got a whole lot coming to you from various interests. When I handle oil and gas issues, and I think the oil and gas issues are a little bit highly inflammable, but this is electrifying. And the Honorable Minister, I'm not too sure how you are managing to handle it, but I'm sure you're listening to Dr. Batanaji sitting next to you there and getting some feedback as to how tough things really are within the industry. I'm going to open up the floor to a few Q&A. If you want to make it just about 1 minute, the panel has done a very good job. What we'll do is that I'll allow the Honorable Minister to make a few comments very quickly. Then Professor Batinaji, your session is coming next. Then Wale Shonibare from the EFDB will make a few comments. Then we'll throw the rest to the floor for just 1-minute interventions. And then we can wrap up this session in about 10-20 minutes for Q&A. Then online, if they're still available, we want to take a few comments from there as well before we move to the next panel. Thank you, everyone. Honorable Minister, you have the floor. Please, your hands together for Chief Adebayo Adelabu, please. You want to come this way, sir? Minister? Okay. Okay. You okay over there? All right, thank you.
Thank you so much for the opportunity once again to comment on those issues that have been intelligently discussed by the panelists. Let me first of all thank the members of the panel for taking out their time to attend this. They are all busy people, so I'm quite impressed that they turned up to grace this occasion. And they have actually discussed a lot of things, which will go a long way in enriching the policy dialogue that we are having today, and will also influence the final outcome of the policy trust for the power sector. They've said a number of things on the capital investment required for this sector. It's a huge sector that needs lots and lots of capital. And they've qualified the capital with so many acronyms: agile capital, patient capital, intelligent capital.
Patriotic capital.
Instructive capital and all that. Sincerely, they are right in all ramifications. Investment in the power sector is not a short-term investment. Are you bringing money today? Within the next 6 months, 1 year, you're expecting huge return? No. It's a guaranteed return, but it takes a while for it to come. And it's quite sustainable, given the essence of power to everything we do in this country. The issue of gas to power is very important. And like our boss, Mr. Kola Adesina, mentioned, we discussed it just a couple of minutes before we entered this room. It's very, very important, because thermal plants and hydropower remains our base load generation. Even though we have robust transition plan, this will still serve as our transition well. So it cannot be packed aside in the short to medium term. A lot of investment is required in this space. And 90% of the gas that we use today is associated gas that comes from production of petroleum and all that. When production comes down, gas supply comes down. But we have abundance of natural gas deposits in Nigeria. What is our focus in directing investments towards natural gas fields? We may be losing the fear that, 13 gigawatts, we don't have enough gas to power it. I believe we have enough potential gas to power it if we direct investment into this. Just 2 days ago, we know what Mr. President did, the commissioning of the 3 gas projects. This is a step in the right direction to ensure that we have adequate gas to power our generation potential. So the issue of contract is very, very key. And when you don't have firm contracts with the power generating plants, you misbehave. Yep. And there's no sanction. What we have now for 90% of our generating company is best endeavor. Yeah. Yeah. If there's gas, they supply. If there's no gas, they fold their arms. Correct. And generation comes down. Yeah. It's only Azura, probably Pacific, and maybe Calabar, NIPP have firm contracts, apart from those that also have gas company affiliation. So we need to look at that very, very well. Then the issue of generation. We've been talking about 13 gigawatts. You cannot produce goods and services that are not demanded. No. That are not demanded. you must first of all stimulate demand. We've been talking about 3,000, 4,000, 4,005. Even at this period, DISCO still rejects power. As low as 4,000 megawatt generation. Some DISCOs reject power because we have not been able to stimulate demand. Number one, the tariff has not been attractive for DISCOs to take power and distribute without being able to collect the money back. Number two is the trust and confidence in the national grid. A lot of our industries are out of the grid. And these are the people that consume substantial power. If you go to Agbara, go to Shagamu, go to any of the industrial clusters, 80% of those companies, they are outside the grid. They have their own captive power generation. Until we're able to build the trust and confidence in the national grid, for them to abandon their independent power, captive within their premises, and connect onto the grid. Because we all know that grid power is still the cheapest, whether you like it or not. So, and even with the recent review of the tariff, we have seen a lot of interest shown by these industries to connect back to the grid. Until we're able to ramp up demand, any additional generation will be stranded because it will not be taken up by the consuming public. Then, in our discussion here, we have not been able to consider the impact of renewable energy because we still finally transit into cleaner energy at the end of the day. And we have a medium-term target of 30% of our generated power to come from renewable energy by year 2030. So as we are ramping up on our renewable energy generation, the impact of gas too will be reducing little by little. So we have to consider the impact of that. Then with the liberalization of the power sector itself and involvement of state governments, we have seen 3 state governments now. We've been granted autonomy in regulation. Enugu, Ekiti, and Ondo. What is the impact on generation? If these states decide to have their own embedded power generating plants within their states, then the impact of the national grid also starts coming down in terms of importance. Because you can have regional grid, you can have state grid. If these people decide to have their own state grid, they'll just be on maybe 33 kV lines for distribution. They won't be talking about the high voltage 330 or 132 kV lines again. That's the way to go in terms of our own distributed power strategy. And I believe it is even more reliable. But whatever happens on the national grid, there will be a backup or failover alternative for the states. Then to round up, the age of our power plants. Truly, I can confirm to you, I've visited a number of the power plants, and the infrastructures are aging. They are aging in terms of number of years they have been installed, but not in terms of operations. For example, the NIPP plants. A lot of them have been installed 7, 8, 10 years, but in terms of their operational age, they are still less than 30,000 hours, which is more like 2-3 years of full operation, because most of the time they are down, not doing anything. So they are not as aging as we all conceive it. They just need money for maintenance, which is why the issue of capital is very important. Apart from the acquisition capital, like I said yesterday, there must be restitution capital to bring those machineries up to speed, and investment or expansion capital. If truly they are aging, how do we replace them? And when we replace them, how do we recover our cost? Because there is no business. Once there is no certainty about cost recovery, it will die. And beyond cost recovery, there must be a profit markup too. Nobody goes into business without the mind of making profit. So there must be a return of investment, and there must be a return on the investment. Then lastly, the issue of transmission. Because, beyond distribution, infrastructure, transmission is very, very key. And we know there is a lot of issues with it. And it is the only segment of the power sector value chain that is now 100% controlled by government. Government alone cannot fund investment in transmission infrastructure. We must find a way of attracting private sector investment into it. And we have received assistance from development banks, the World Bank, the AFDB, the GIZ, AFD, and all that. These are quite commendable, but it is not enough. So there must be a model to attract private capital investment. And one way of doing this is what is the level of the wheeling charges that is incorporated into the tariff today? How much are we even paying to the transmission company? Quite little. Even as little as it is, they are also being owed, just like we are owing the generating companies. How do you maintain the infrastructure? How do you replace it? A lot of the infrastructures are 50, 60 years old. The transformers, the lines, the towers, and I've mentioned it several times that I've seen a transformer that is still carrying ECN logo, as in Electricity Company of Nigeria, meaning that it was installed in the 60s. What level of output do you expect from such transformers? So we need to look at the wheeling charges. Then lastly is the issue of the uncompleted projects in TCN. I keep saying this. Power projects, if it is not 100% completed, you cannot energize it. We have over 100 projects in TCN today, both lines projects and substations. A lot of them are as old as 22, 23 years. Project commenced in 2001. And billions, hundreds of billions of naira have gone into this project. But we have not derived a single benefit from the project unless they are fully completed. And they are at advanced stage of completion. 90%, 95%. Why are we like this in this country? But instead of completing those projects, all we will care about is to start up new projects. The fund being used to start up new projects, why not use a portion of it and complete the existing ones? That's the only way we can actually get benefit for all these TCM projects. The right of way issue. It is very important. Excuse me. This is the greatest disincentive for private investment. Even government is finding it difficult. Talk less of local and foreign investors coming to face our communities. I know how violent some of our communities, our villages can be when it comes to protecting their own territory. We have several TCN substations that have been completed, but we cannot connect them to lines. An example was Ogbomoso. I was in Ogbomoso. That substation, 132 kV substation, has been completed 2-3 years ago. And we keep maintaining it with millions of naira, protecting the facilities for the past 2-3 years. The lines to connect it is coming from Gemo in Ilori with 165 towers and a 67-kilometer line. We've only been able to install just about 60 towers, remaining over 100. Just because of this right-of-way issue. It's even more pronounced in the east. A number of the substations completed have not been energized because the lines are not completed. And you have various structures. If you go to a particular location today and you did enumeration, 100 structures under the right-of-way, you come to Abuja to calculate compensation. By the time you go back, the structures have become 1,000. Out of these 1,000, you see like 100 shrines. And they'll tell you have to pay to the gods before you can be allowed to clear the shrines. We have been asking them to ask the gods to come. We haven't seen the gods till today, the ancestors that the shrines are meant for. I mean, that's even on a lighter note. So it is like that across the country, and it must be resolved, which is why I'm actually happy about the states getting involved now. The states are in better position to resolve this right of way. It is not an Abuja thing. It's not a federal government thing. The state governments are closer to their people, and they know who to engage, who to consult, and how to compel them to give the right of way to our people for construction of lines. Then lastly, I have the issue of, yes, the reform that we are contemplating with TCN, separating the transmission service provider from the independent system operator. That is one thing I believe will also improve the efficiency of TCN, whereby you have the asset managers that are just the TSP, provide infrastructure, build substations, install lines, towers, and all that. Then you have the real market operators that will be involved in the distribution of the power being generated, evacuated to distributors, and determining who gets what and how we get settlement. We must do this diligently and consistently. It's been contemplated years back, but it's never been executed. Most of these things take boldness, takes courage, because as you are pulling it up, pushing it up, some people are pulling it down. They don't want it to succeed. So we must all come together, a concerted effort, and ensure that this project is seen to the end. And thank you very much. I would like to start here.
All right, thank you, Mr. Honorable Minister. I think that was less than your opening presentation yesterday, but still as energized as always. Thank you very much. We'll appeal to the gods, find a way, bring them into the conversation so that we can have the right of way. But I'm sure Lagos State doesn't have as many shrines, if any at all, to deal with. So for Lagos, it's a free way to go. Not many, maybe Ikorodu or some few areas, but largely speaking, there are not too many gods in Lagos State. So those of you who are from the east, the southwest, and all that can deal with all of that, the meals of the gods. Thank you very much, my panelists. Let's give them a round of applause. Please step forward for your group photograph so that we can move quickly to the second panel. I understand some folks will have to leave the venue at 12 o'clock, so we need to move on very quickly so that we can run on along. The next panel will be very, very engaging as well, because it goes straight to the state governments, and we're very happy to have had Lagos State, Imo State, Kaduna State, and I think one other state here yesterday, and I'm sure nearly all of them are still here today for this very next session. They are focused a whole lot on the emerging state electricity market, and we'll have a presenter from the Federal Ministry of Power to take us through this. Thank you very much. Thank you. We appreciate your time. Thank you very much for coming, all our panelists. Let me quickly introduce in the same breath the chairman of the next session, Mr. Tunde Gbajumo, the chief of party, USAID, PA, and PSP. Mr. Gbajumo, please, let's give a round of applause as he comes to the podium. I'm sure he will use less than an hour to do this, and very excellently. Let me also invite Engineer Baba Umar Mustafa, the Director of Distribution Services Department at Federal Ministry of Power, to lay the background to this second panel, which of course will have a lot of heavyweights on the panel as well. Thank you, Doctor.
No. I have. Where do I press? Good morning, Honorable Minister. Good morning, Permanent Secretary. Participants, the topic for today is the Electricity Act, design, key players, their roles, the state electricity market. A physical inspection of the discourse asset indicates that 60% of the assets complied with the information provided by the DISCO. 21% of the assets are defective, 19% not available. The state electricity market is built on last mile delivery of the electricity to end users, which is all about distribution and supply of electricity. NERC has issued an order to the newly set up market like Enugu for Enugu Electricity Distribution Company and DISCOs Limited by state boundary. There are a lot of issues that the new market will inherit include the state of infrastructure, tariff, pricing concerns, and socio-economic franchising. The objective of the policy is to implementation of adjustment tariff subsidy, implementation of renewed ownership and debt structures, refinement of enforcement of tariff system, advanced metering and theft reduction strategy, development of detailed roadmap for stakeholders at the African energy marketplace, monitoring and evaluation framework, regulatory and policy support. Proposed policy action from the consultation on the regulatory framework and governance we are expected to bring up a policy on the establishment of Electricity Act 2023 Transition Forum. NAC to set up an independent intergovernmental committee for the electricity market regulation, enlargement of regulatory framework and standards by the Nigerian Governors Forum. On the infrastructure and market development, the policy will look at the development of online respiratory for sharing information and tracking progress on electricity. 5, establishment of dual electricity market within the state for urban, remote, unconnected area, in other words, unserved areas. Update of grid code to include necessary infrastructure. Legislation to protect critical electricity infrastructure. Local security and surveillance provision for power stations. On the consumer protection and community engagement, the policy will look at the requirement consumer protection and community engagement. The policy will look at the requirement for service providers to install surveillance system, establishment of community consumer rights and obligation committee, sanitizing the town hall meetings in shift public perception of electricity as commodity, not as a product.
mandating service providers to undertake frequent consumer awareness activities. On the judiciary, the policy will look at the establishment of media court for a speedy trial of energy theft and vandalism. The proposed policy from the consultation also will look at the departmental and technical standards for the electricity sector, support for state in tariff setting, rural electrification agency plan for decentralized renewable energy system, development and operationalization of integrated resource plan IRP by state, coordination by the Federal Ministry of Power with donor agencies to support the integrated resource plans, state government review and plan to address metering gap, mandate for end users to use approved payment system, transparency and reporting, which is very, very important in the sector, requirement for the electricity service providers to publish monthly performance reports, legislation requirements requiring communities group to take active roles in local electricity supply and take ownership of the installations. The proposed policy also thank you very much, and the panel is being supported by Professor Bat Energy, who happens to be our former minister, Mrs. Foloke Saitan, MD CEO Ikeja Disco, Dr. Yusuf Ali, Commissioner, PRS, NERC.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Engineer.
sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Engineer Mustafa. Good morning, gentlemen, ladies, Honorable Minister, former Minister, Professor Naji, AFDB, and the many, many important people who are here today. I've been introduced already, and we're going to try and make this very, very quick. Prof, can you please come up to the podium? Let me respectfully call Professor Naji, a scholar, a developer, a man with 18 lives, developer of the first EPP in Nigeria, developer of a foremost integrated utility in Aba. Many people might not know that there's one city that has 24/7 electricity in Nigeria, Bonny Island. The second city that is likely to have that is Aba. So you're welcome, Prof. Thank you very much. The second person I'm going to call is the Honorable Commissioner of Energy from Lagos State, Mr. Biodu Guleye. Can you please come up to the podium? We're very, very fortunate to have Mr. Guleye as our commissioner in Lagos. There's a real risk as we continue this conversation that some states might appoint commissioners who are chairman of wards and APC members or PDP or whoever they are, and you might not have experienced people in these sensitive positions. They might be giving out licenses like import licenses. So we're very fortunate to have Mr. Guleye as our Honorable Commissioner in Lagos State, and we hope that the other states follow that guidance. The next person I will call up is Mrs. Folake Shoeton. Folake, please join us. IKEDC is said to be the best distribution company in Nigeria, according to the Nigeria Power Sector Awards of 2022. We're all great friends, even though she didn't give me a meter when I really needed one. But we're all great friends, and this is a panel of very, very familiar people and foremost people in the industry. The next person that I'm going to call is Mr. Ebi Clark. He used to be special advisor to the governor of Central Bank. Is responsible for many, many of the initiatives that financing initiatives in the sector that many of you know about. Please don't go right. The MBET MD did that already. So go this way. Okay. Thank you, Ebi, for joining us. I know that you had to work on your logistics to be here. The last but not the least, we're supposed to have Commissioner Yusuf Ali, but I understand he's indisposed. So he's being represented by another Yusuf. Dr. Yusuf Abdusalam is DG Planning and Research for NERC. Dr. Abdusalam, are you here? Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Abdusalam. Thank you, you're welcome. That's a very dangerous seat. Go that way. Thank you very much. Many of us in the room, and definitely my panelists, are very familiar with the Electricity Act 2023. We know that it's a major, major paradigm shift for Nigeria. Many have described it as a more complicated situation than our 2013 privatization. We know that we're now going to have more actors. There are different things to put into consideration. But many Nigerians, and I am included, believe that this is one of the things that we can use to turn around our supply. This is one of the major, major initiatives that can really move the needle for our power sector in Nigeria. There are a lot of things to consider. Before any state decides to embark on this journey, there are issues for them to take into consideration. I personally believe that a state should first do a high-level desktop feasibility of whether they actually have the resources to do this or not. The second thing is that we are going to come up with a diverse range of markets. The Lagos electricity market, where you already have 95% electrification, has to be different from the Katsina market, where you predominantly have dispersed groups of people in communities. Today, we know that Ekiti, Ondo, and Enugu have actually moved forward. And by October, tariff settings and things like that, the things that have given the Honorable Minister headache about tariffs and the publicity will now move to the regulator in Enugu. So our friend Chijoke is now going to be dealing with that problem. And anytime anybody in Enugu comes up with tariff problems, you're just going to point your fingers at him. So I know that the Honorable Minister must be very happy about that, as some of us are. There are other considerations around things like financing, legacy debts. So the legacy debts of the discos that are sort of moving around, NELMCO, tariff shortfalls, and the way it's being handled now, how would that be handled for Enugu Disco come from October? These are things that these great panelists are eminently qualified to discuss. So I am going to start off with Prof, as usual. And each panelist will be required to respond to this, please. What challenges will a state electing to take over full regulation of their electricity market grapple with as they come up with speed with things like licensing, tariff settings, and the critical issues that enable the market to work? Prof, please start.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tunde. It's good to see you again. Honorable Minister, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I think that the new act, the most important aspect is really being able to bring regulation closer to the people. But there are a lot of challenges that I foresee. One is capacity, okay, capacity of the states. The second is issue of limits, understanding the limits the states will have, or the states actually have. And the third is sensitivity of the states to the operators within the environment. On the issue of capacity, I think that, okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Yes, on the issue of capacity, it is very clear that what the national regulator has will not be easy to just be replicated by the states now. That's a lot. Each each commissioner has a lot of training and has a number of, has really an institution within that particular area. And then you have states that are just coming up. It will take a while. So success in terms of capacity for states will be to say, we will phase in. Over time, the first thing is you begin to do hand-holding by the national regulator, and eventually you can now stand. Now, on the issue of limits, there is a tendency for governments state governments to believe now that this is possible for them to have ability to generate, transmit, and distribute, that they can do it all. But there are discos within the environment, and these discos are owned by companies, so separate companies. And so the wires, in effect, are owned by these discos. So understanding that they just can't go to act as if they can suddenly take over the wires would be an issue. So let them understand how to collaborate with the existing distribution companies. Now, the last one about this is sensitivity. I think that all the state governments that are going to want to do this regulation need to be sensitive about a whole number of issues. We talked here before about a cost recovery, that the people who invest in infrastructure must recover their costs. And because states tend to be political, they will say, we want to support what the people are saying, which is crash the tariff. But if you crash the tariff, that would be a total disaster. So I think some of those sensitivities need to be in place, and it requires a bit of education from the Ministerial Power, or to do some work with the states to give them guidance about this. So let me stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. I picked out a few things that you said. The first one, which is really aligned with the policy recommendation, is that there must be some sort of transition from NERC to the state regulator. As we're seeing that discussion is ongoing, and there's talk about putting together a group of people who will work on that transition. So I'm happy that that's very aligned with your comments. I think the other thing that you said is that's very instructive is that at the end of the day, the discos own the wires.
Yes.
So, and those wires cut across states. So all that delineation needs to happen in an orderly manner.
Yes.
So thank you very much, Prof. I'm going to come back to you. Honorable Commissioner, same question.
Thank you very much. Let me start by thanking the Honorable Minister for inviting us. Prof, it's such a great pleasure to see a veteran like you and be sitting next to you. Friends from African Development Bank, thank you very much. Fellow commissioners in the room, thank you very much. And great operators, I mean, you guys have held this top so far. We're in for a great time. And thank you all. Now, the first challenge we have is defining our roles, and everybody staying within their portion so that there are no confusion. That's the first challenge. The second challenge we have is all manner of legacy issues. On top of that, on top of those legacy
bring
issues,
it closer to you.
On top of those legacy issues are issues surrounding tariff gap in the past, debt owed to gas people. There are safeguards that have been in the initial contract with BPE that were never properly implemented. We need to make sure that we look at those legacy issues and be sure that the discos will be ready and they will have the heart to make sure that those legacy issues are taken care of. Now, we also need to be careful of all manner of confucianists and overnight experts that are crawling on all the state governments and are now the new saviors that know what to do, and everybody just wants to earn a fee. You know, not looking at the other side of what will become the lot of the state government once their fee notes are settled. Now, how effective will this wholesale market be able to support us on the retail side? How do we also bring in additional capacity quickly so that people don't start saying, let's return to Egypt? Those are things that so we also need to be, the discourse need to understand that there's a systemic problem. And the systemic problem is not just about band A, band B, band C. Lagos has adopted Lagos has adopted electricity for all as a goal. That is where we are going. So we are not going to be, we will review the bands and all that, but electricity must be available for all citizens at their level, most probably at the price they can pay for it. Let's keep it very simple. Now, we are worried. The states are worried about a few, let me use the word of the great lady that led the last team, sunset institutions that are trying everything possible to make sure that they revert the gains that we have not even started seeing. I will ask the Honorable Minister, I will ask all of us to be vigilant and to be careful. Let me be honest with you. The unit inside the panels by the transformer go all around Lagos. They are all in very wonderful states. If you quantify how much energy we are losing at that point, if you look around us, for as long as our regulatory institution or those who are supposed to be checking how good or how bad our installations are cannot operate up to that level, if the only thing they can do is open and close, or when we have new installations, we're going to continue having a problem. And then the liquidity requirements of the industry, can we truly, as state governments, be able to meet it? Now, we have made up our mind that our market must settle on a monthly basis. I'm happy that our Honorable Minister understands this very well. That means there's a major issue the market has not resolved, and that is either government sets aside a fund that ensures that at the end of every month, everybody in the market is set. If government is saying, don't charge this type of rate, the rates government wants charge and how much government wants to subsidize, federal government now, wants to subsidize the market with, should be available, fairly upfront, in a well-accounted environment. We are also worried about, let me be careful here. Money must be paid back to those who are going to invest with us now. We are going to do all manner of, yesterday you have heard all manner of capitals and all that. Well, you can add to it that we are deploying a lot of OPMs. There will be loads of people that will join the industry with the same thing, the telcos, they did it. They will take small portions of the industry, become operators, and they'll be able to make their small money over time. So we need to be able to securitize those investments. We cannot afford to allow a scenario where there will be accumulation of debt. All the effort of both, all the people who have been here time past and the current minister
all of them will be grounded if we don't resolve the issue of continuous liquidity. Otherwise, the market should be allowed to play itself out at a market-driven rate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner. Thank you for that. I'm going to go on to IKEDC, but before I do that, I want to focus on something. What challenges will a state electing to take over full regulation of their electricity market grapple with? Now, I know that IKEDC, you have the unique privilege of operating largely in only Lagos. There's a bit of Ogun. And, we all keep wondering if the so-called IKEDC magic would have worked if you had acquired Yola and you were operating in Yola. The Sarah magic that we've been told has led to you winning this award as the best disco in Nigeria. So what are the challenges that you think you would encounter operating, or that a state needs to deal with this market? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tunde. Good morning once again, Honorable Minister. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. I also want to just acknowledge my co-panelists, especially Prof. It's an honor, sir. Okay, as I listen to the commissioner, who is going to be my regulator, I have to be very careful as to some of the things I'm saying. But that was on a lighter note. First of all, I think for me, Prof was very apt when he said, it's a new market, and we have an existing regulator today who has been operating for some time. And even at that, and they're very experienced, we have a lot of challenges. So imagine the state taking on this new responsibility. They haven't done it before. They don't have the experience, they don't have the expertise. The first thing is being able to at least acquire that experience, get the people that have the knowledge to be able to effectively develop that state policy, which doesn't exist today. So I think that is one challenge they will face. And you heard what the commissioner said about a lot of people coming today. So they need to also determine if those people that are coming have the necessary experience that is required to be able to develop this policy that is critical at this time. So I think that's one thing that'd be a major challenge. But of course, in talking about the challenge, I can immediately say that the collaboration with the existing regulator is critical. I can't overemphasize that. It's so important because they have residual knowledge. They know a lot of the things that has happened, and it's important that they leverage on that existing experience and knowledge. So that's the first thing for me. The second thing for me, I would say that is critical. So when the commissioner was talking about legacy debt, talking about the market today must operate from a perspective of at the end of every month, everybody is settled. That's perfect, right? That's ideal. But I cough because we all know why we even had to increase tariff for Band A, because the current government can't afford to maintain the subsidy. So unless there's something I don't know in terms of maybe the state government has some deep pockets and are able to effectively create, or they have some cash available somewhere, and I'm not so sure that is available, to be able to block the holes. Because the truth is that it's capital intensive. The speakers earlier on spoke about having state generation, right? In addition to what is available on the grid. To do that requires funding. Like we said, long-term funding. So the state has to grapple with having to source that sort of funding. If the commissioner's dream and aspiration, which is fantastic and is perfect for me as an operator, is to ensure that everything is settled at the end of the month, that works for everyone. But in reality today, that can't happen. So that is a challenge that they have to think about how they're going to try and solve that. So for me, funding, liquidity, and the policy, which is most important, must be able to attract investors who are going to be sure that their money is secure, that they can get return on their investment. So everything adds up. If you don't have the right type of people that have the experience and expertise to put a policy that will attract the right type of investors, because I know the government can't sustain it, then it won't achieve the objective. So I think I'll just stop there for now.
Thank you very much, Falake. And I know that the Honorable Commissioner is yearning to respond, but we'll come back to you. We'll come back to you. Falake, there was a bit of a jibe there, but we'll come back. He's your regulator.
It's not a jibe. Was it a jibe?
Let me help you both. Let me help you both.
I didn't jibe.
Now,
don't put me in
I think
trouble.
what the Honorable Commissioner was saying is Lagos could possibly have cost-reflective tariffs from day one. Yeah? It's possible to do that. The regulator in Lagos can make that determination, and they can have Joe Ajero all over them. I mean, it's NLC, the union, the things that the minister is dealing with now, the Honorable Commissioner will start dealing with it in a few months. So, I mean, very quickly, so that I can move on to Ebi. Yes.
Very quickly.
Yeah.
Number one, Falake, it's amazing that you are so behind.
Oh, God.
So amazing. Number one, Lagos was the first, even before federal, to set out an electricity policy document. Please, colleagues, help me find her email, send her the document.
Yes.
Also, help me send to Falake the first version of our RIP document. So also help me send to her the update work steps that we're already working on to ensure that the Lagos electricity market is a clean market from within 2 years. And we are setting out on a very simple note. The market must clear at the end of every month. No, where are we going to find the money?
Okay.
30% of our budget?
Thank you, Honorable Commissioner. Thank you. Thank you. We're aligned here. We're all together. Remember, we're friends.
No.
Okay.
She's behind.
Ebi, I think this is a good time for you to segue into this. And, the finance question, the tariff question, affordability. And you have a lot of experience with the point Falake was making is, there's a massive gap, financial gap. Now, if there's a gap at the national level, how is Lagos State going to cope with that? The legacy debts, the future debts, how is Lagos going to, are they going to use that off Lagos State's balance sheet? I mean, Ebi, this will be good. It'll be good for you to chime in here.
Okay, but this is going slightly off the initial question. Okay, I'll just sort of move into things quite quickly. First of all, just to give a bit of context, I think that the ambitions of this are correct. As the minister said, in order to deliver anything, I always say you need three things: resources, capacity, incentive. The incentive design of the states looking after the retail market is absolutely the way to go. What Sahara mentioned previously about matching energy to cash flow can only be done at the states. The discos, rightly or wrongly, haven't been able to do it. Abuja cannot do it. It can only be done at the states. So the incentive design that is looked at in the EA 2023 is correct. The question is, how do we get there? Now, what's happened is that with EPSRA, the federal government promised a banquet to 37 tables. The 37 tables have now said the food isn't coming quick enough. Some of them have said, we'll cook it ourselves. And they've gone into the kitchen and they've said, what's there? I can cook my meal myself. So it's a messy issue to solve. If we look at EPSRA with a task force, as I always say this, and it's good that Prof. Naji is here, it took us 3 years to implement EPSRA, from the task force to the privatization. I'm seeing things where NERC is saying in 6 months this is going to happen for one disco. I'm a little confused, okay? I will repeat, it took us 3.5 years from the start of the roadmap to implement the EPSRA to whatever implementation we have now, rightly or wrongly. So it's good to see that there's going to be a transition forum, but there needs to be a little bit more of sitting back and stepping back and looking at the list of policy actions and the sequencing of them. This is a major work program. What you are seeing here is a more complex industry and corporate restructuring than the 2013 privatization. Yet Enugu is going to get this done in 6 months. It's not going to happen successfully, okay? So now what do we need to do onto the finance side? I see the finance problem, which is one of many other problems, as split into 3 clear categories. It's been mentioned already, the historical ones. I'll be frank, and I no longer work for the federal government. It's a federal government problem. There needs to be a specific date where all those historic things are written off. It's for the federal government to resolve, and the state governments start afresh. Okay? I don't know how Enugu's going to do it, but if it's going to be there when NBET's coming in, NBET's going out, and it's changing tariffs, it's going to be a mess, especially while other states are just sitting there watching. If Delta State asks me, I will say, step back. Don't dive into this until there's clarity on a lot of points. So, 3 finance ones: historic debts, ongoing liabilities, and capital. Ongoing liabilities, how is power going to be paid for? The federal government over 10 years hasn't worked out how it's going to be done. There needs to be moves ahead. And I'm sorry, I think the breakdown between retail in states and federal as wholesale is actually correct. A mechanism needs to be in place for those states that are able to essentially make sure that payment is made to the wholesale via the state companies. Now, Lagos has a wonderful IGR program. If anyone can collect money, it's Lagos State, okay? So money needs to be paid. We can't have Gencos being paid 10% of the invoice. And finally and lastly, on the finance side is capital. How is capital going to be brought in? Because if capital isn't brought in and invested, nothing's going to happen. So those 3 things: historical debts, ongoing payments, and capital need to be resolved.
Oh, they're clapping. Totally agree with you then. Prof, over to you.
I just want to amplify on what Ebivere said. It's experience talking because we worked on a task force together, and the years he's talking about are years of very intense work to implement what you now see. I want to tell you, the exchange between the Commissioner and Folake is actually a very sane exchange compared to what you are going to see. I'm telling you. I just want to tell you that that's what's coming. So that's why we continue to advise that we be careful and be guided in this process.
Thank you very much, Prof, for the words of wisdom. I'm going to go to the gentleman from NERC. Again, we're looking at the challenges that state electricity markets will face in the beginning, in the incubation period. It's interesting, you must be very excited in NERC now that all these people are coming to take all the trouble away from you. It must be a much more exciting place to work now. But over to you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. First of all, I want to say that in terms of what challenges they are going to face, some of them have been mentioned by panelists. One of them that I think we should also look at is understanding, having, first of all, understanding of the scale of the problem they want to solve. What is the what is their limit of their network which they want to accurately control? What are the facilities that are there? What kind of capacity do they require? And deciding, again, like it's been said, you must be able to recover your cost, either from tariff or from tax. So tariff, because if you cannot recover the cost of what to invest, nobody will invest. So it has to be a policy decision by the state that from this time on, investors must recover their cost, but either it comes from a tariff which they should allow, or they have to allow tax to cover it up, which is from subsidy. Then there's an issue of encouraging investment to come. You need to have that capacity to guarantee investment. Federal government often would say, I will guarantee, sovereign guarantees, but will the state be able to do that? This is something that for investors to come in and put their money and hoping that whatever happens, their money is safe. So this has to be prepared for from the onset. Again, in terms of side of the market, the state needs to decide what is the appropriate demand of supply of meeting their goal of access. Should it be all by grid, sending line to all the nooks and crannies, or should they decide to use mini grid for some of the areas? Many of the states that have rural communities that are far from the or the urban center will not be able to send electricity through the grid to them. They will have to determine how they are going to empower their rural electrification programs to satisfy those needs in those rural areas through mini grids without having to come to the main grid, and decide what kind of facility, what kind of subsidies, or what kind of tariff they are going to be allowed for them to be charged. So some of these decisions have to be made upright before even they start. Because if you don't take the decision ahead, when you come to when the tariff or the contracts have already been signed, you will have no recourse but to either pay the money or the government have to pay it up. So these are some of the things I think they need to consider. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for that. And seeding off from your comment, you understand NERC was picketed last week. And, I got really excited because I was thinking this might be the end of this type of thing for NERC, yeah? Because you now have a no-good disco, and Prof is about to walk into this kind of problem himself, in Aba. Yeah. So, Prof, the Aba utility, it's really Aba. Yeah, so this sort of engagement on tariffing, the gentleman from the Consumer Protection Unit, I don't think he's here today, but he's a very interesting gentleman to engage. What are your thoughts and what are the plans that you have for consumer engagement? Because that's kind of the last mile. So it'd be good for you to share your thoughts on that, sir.
Consumer engagement is critical because all these things that we talk about, they don't understand. They just won't understand. What they want to see is power. They want to see power, and if power is not there, they're going to complain. So if things are not going well, you must engage. But you engage a variety of stakeholders. In Aba, what we do is we have the landlords, they have an association, they can decide to just go to on air and begin to attack you. You have industrialists. They can go to court. They can do anything. Those ones are there because they need the power 24/7, the industrialists. So they're going to be very sensitive. They're going to have to be very sensitive with them. We hold town hall meetings to engage communities. And when we say communities, we're not talking about rural people. We're talking about neighborhoods. So you can go to them, and you hold town hall meetings with them and address them. So we do this regularly. We also have on radio weekly programs. So every Saturday, you have to check when you think people are going to be able to listen. When they're at work, they are not going to be listening. So, but during on Saturdays, people tend to be doing work at home and they can listen to you. So we have radio stations that our people go to talk, and you have to send people who know what to say about what's going on, not just anybody, not just say your media team. You need to send the commercial team. You need to send the technical team. It depends on the issue that you want to address. So this is very, very important, engagement of stakeholders so that they are properly informed. Education of consumers is very, very important. We take it very seriously. We'll talk later about the one of government, but the one of consumers, very critical. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Prof. It's very, very useful. I want the panelists to think about something. At the end, I'd like us to spend 1 minute, one sentence, if you were Minister Adelabu. What is the one policy that you would prioritize for this transition to state markets? Just thinking about that, but I'm going to ask, this is going to come at the end. But going through back to our question, the exchange between Folake and the Honorable Commissioner. So if you're starting a state market, Lagos is very straightforward. The Honorable Commissioner already mentioned that there are all these documents. Please, we don't have to restrict this to Lagos, please. Is that you need to do some sort of desktop feasibility of your state, yeah? Does this make sense? If it doesn't make sense, then you follow Ebi's suggestion, just stick to NERC and just continue doing what you're doing. But if you are going forward with the market, you need to have a plan. You need a policy direction. Of course, you need the law, yeah? And then you need to set up all these entities, and we've said a lot about the capacity that needs to be in place. Polake had mentioned that there are not enough regulators and people like that that are trained. Should we, or should the Honorable Minister be looking at setting up some sort of regulatory school, or should NAPTIN have a regulatory training module? You know, those kind of conversations we need to have. But I'm going to go to the Honorable Commissioner first, that I want to focus on planning. So Lagos is possibly the only state that has an IRP today. Can you tell us a bit about the lessons you've learned from the IRP, what other states can, you know, sort of benefit from the lessons that you've learned, and which that, specifically on planning and IRP, what are the lessons that you think you could share with other states, and why is it important?
Okay, thank you very much. We are greatly opportune in Lagos to have a bunch of experienced and determined people who are bent on ensuring that we change the story in the power sector with Lagos as a model under the watchful eyes of the Honorable Minister, who has been guiding, supporting, and ensuring that we are staying on course. Now, the first thing you need to give, the first credit you need to give to my predecessors in office, from Wale Oluwo to Larry Odushote, is this is a day they are prepared for. I'm just opportune, as God will have it, to be the man on the scene when it's time to execute. Now, the first thing you have to note about us is that our policy documents are in place, and we have divided a lot of issues, analyzed. Thank God for support from Power Africa, from AFDB. We have about 10, 15 policy documents. We have plenty of them. I mean, I will be honest with you, we have plenty of them. But my first month in the office, I was reading, we are doing revisions. And I still, a lot of revision that is going on, particularly for the IRP document. Now, the federal law now insisted on an SIP being attached to the IRP. So the immediate implication of that is that what we have cannot say, what are you doing to improve supply in Akonwojo? We need to document it. We need to agree it with you, with the discourse. We need to document it. We need to show where the new supplies are coming in. We are not only aiming for a clean market, we are also, with due respect, you are just discovering now, we are quietly working gradually to put all your network, at least where you receive and where you take supply from, on a digital basis that help us to stimulate whether you can inject more at those points or not, because we are going to be very aggressive with additional capacity in the Lagos market. We firmly believe, based on our planning, based on what we are seeing, the Lagos market can take a lot more than is available. And we thank God, both yourself and your colleagues in ECO, you are not rejecting load as much as cases we have elsewhere. So we are trying to create an environment where we collaborate with the existing NEC. The Honorable Minister, who I think will recall the last time we were together, I'm like, I need to take some men from some of these, your institutions, to come and work with us. Give me some of these men for 5 months, 6 months, let them work with us. We are also not taking on greenhorns. We are moving people from within the market who are currently located elsewhere. But of course, they are relatively younger people. So we are creating a future for ourselves. There won't be people that will retire along with me once my 1,000 days expire. We are also trying to ensure that the state is not going to do the business of electricity. Lagos state government is not going to do the business of electricity. Let me rehash again in case there's any confusion. Lagos state is an enabler. We are providing the environment. We are providing land, even for solar development. We are providing what we call energy hubs, even at TCN substations, so that we are taking a lot of steps to make sure that we have least cost generation and distribution infrastructure. We have analyzed, we have done a whole lot of systemic analysis of why do we have these challenges. And, but let me speak for some of my colleagues. I beg you, let me just speak for some of my colleagues. Yeah. See, all of us must be allowed to grow at our own pace and at our own temperament. There is one of my colleagues, all they can do is renewables via hydros. And we had this consultation session with them, and all my IRP document does not make sense to them. They are looking at entirely something completely different, and we need to respect that. And some of them need to come off the grid. But for us, it's a grid that must work for everybody. Lagos is compacted, we don't have space, but we are still going to ensure that between now and the next 2-3 years, about 3,000 new capacity is available to service the Lagos market. When Honorable Minister sees that, these people are serious, they can take it, it will activate more capacity for us from the wholesale market. And we believe, working directly with the DISCO, now, once our law is out, if I ask you for information now, you will not be blowing guy with me. You will give me the information, you know. But I'm respecting myself right now.
Thank you.
So we need to continue working together to ensure that the planning is synchronized. By now, your planning and intelligence units should have been onboarded by our ministry, and we should have been in a state where the next steps, you are part of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner. Thank you. That's very insightful. You know, let me, and I don't want to hold brief for Ikeja Disco. I'm not in any way affiliated with them. But I do have 2 properties in Lagos. One in Ikeja Disco, and another in, I'm not going to mention names here, but basically I'm on band A on both of them. And my Ikeja Disco band A works like magic. If it goes, the power goes out, it goes out for 5 minutes. It's cheaper than having a generator. The band A structure works in Ikeja Disco. I'm not going to mention the other people. They are my friends too. So, you know, Folake, how are you able to achieve that? How do you operating in a state, what would you say is because I see that as success. What is the success factor, and how is that replicable in other states?
Okay. Thank you very much. I think I would like to first start by clarifying, because remember that Commissioner is my regulator. The question was about state. So I wasn't speaking to Lagos State. Yes. To first allay your fears, the IRP process started about 3-4 years ago. Tuni Bajumo, Ikeja Electric, and a co-disco very much involved, so very clear as to what Lagos State is doing. I think the question was really tied to what are the possible challenges the state will have. So my comment was not about Lagos State. Yes. It was about the states. I think it's important I kind of clear that so that my regulator doesn't
very important.
I'm behind.
And he accepts, and he's smiling. Yes, so he accepts.
So let's go to Band A. Yeah. I think, first of all, from a strategy perspective in Ikeja Electric, our performance improvement plan was geared towards ensuring that you can optimize the tariff on the higher bands even before the increment of band A. Because remember that there's band A to E. So if you are able to optimize energy in the highest band, that means that you can get the highest level of tariff. And it also means that our strategy was to make sure that from a technical perspective and a commercial perspective, our strategy was to optimize those locations, and then the returns we get on those locations, we can then apply same to band B, band C, and E. So when the increment came, whereby we are the ones that are responsible to ensure that, first of all, those customers get the service so that they are motivated to pay. You have no other incentive but to ensure that you're prioritizing it. Second thing is that the regulator, NERC, is monitoring us every day. And you're looking at your result and they're telling you, these are the feeders. Why do you have less than 20 hours? Now, you don't want to go into a monitoring meeting and having to explain or give excuses. So it's important for us. So all our strategy as a business was ensuring that we optimized those feeders from a technical perspective so that the customers don't have a reason not to want to pay. And that's why you're saying what you're saying. So pretty much in a summary, that is what we've done.
You're prioritizing.
We're prioritizing
Okay.
Band A.
All right. I can see that we're running out of time. Everybody's going to have 1 minute starting from the end.
Listen very carefully. What's going to happen in Lagos when it returns from AEMP? And it's back to Lagos somehow. So he's listening very carefully to what was going on. And the minister too, I'm sure he's keeping one permanent ear on what is going on. So Abuja Electricity, thank you very much for giving us power supply. Now, please, Mr. Moderator, please just exclude these two individuals to the rest of the conversation. Aba is very important. Let's talk about Aba, Kaduna, and others. Let's move on and finish up.
No more Lagos. No, thank you very much for that, Bosun. Thank you very much. No, this is quick. We're trying to round up anyway. Everybody has 1 minute. Dr. Abdusalam, I'm changing your name to Adelabu. One major policy direction. What do you think is most important for the state electricity market? Over.
Very important to them is they need to learn from experience of the Commission over this time. So the first is ensuring that they will model their regulations, their standards, because as electricity is concerned, you have to have a common standard to be able to connect between the networks of your states and other states. So you make sure that you have the same standards across the country. You need to adopt national standards. by all means. You might tweak other things about tariff, about the methodology of tariff. When it comes to technical standard, you must ensure that they are all the same. Otherwise, you cannot communicate between different network of different standards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ebi, quick one, 1 minute.
Sorry, what's the question? It's
Top
about the
priority.
policy.
You're now Ebi Adelabu. You're the Minister of Power.
Okay, because that
National.
wasn't a ministry thing. Okay, so it's a
Sorry,
ministry
national. What will be your top priority policy?
question. I would say there's probably two. One
good.
that's
We'll
within
take two.
control.
Yeah.
The first one within control is to get all the discos to break themselves down into states and for all reporting going forward to be on a state basis. Such that you can now prioritize or rank states in terms of billing collection, metering collection, anything like that. So all regulatory reporting to be done on a state franchise basis. The next one isn't within his control, but the next one is to sort of look towards ways of either via legislation getting the states to guarantee the purchase of wholesale power from the federal.
That's fantastic. It's really, really interesting. I'm not sure I haven't heard anybody mention that. So an honorable commissioner is obviously very upset.
It's not in his power.
So you're going to guarantee wholesale power, basically. The state will guarantee wholesale power.
No, there will be in Lagos an independent market operator appointed by market participants. That office is the one that will guarantee all transactions in the market.
I think Ebi's point is that entity is not going to have the balance sheet to guarantee initially. Yeah, at least initially. Yeah. So will the state guarantee?
We will look at the issues. We will look at the issues, but be assured that that entity, all market participants can also contribute. Lagos can also contribute. Okay. But we must all open our eyes and make sure that we create a market that's sustainable.
Thank you very much. Ebi, the point you made about states, the discourse breaking up into states, I've heard that before. I believe even the Honorable Commissioner, Honorable Minister has mentioned that before. So that's a great one. Folake, one policy, prioritize, or two if you like.
For me, let the market be the policy that will make sure the market is looking at opportunities, policies that will encourage possible investment into the market. Once you can do that, a lot of the underlying issues that I think we discussed here today will be resolved. So that will be a major focus.
A clear national framework for investments, both in the grid and at the state level. Clear framework for investment.
Clear.
All right. Honorable Commissioner, again, before I come to Prof.
Well, if I'm in the minister's shoe today, one, markets must settle at the end of every month. Whatever it takes to make that happen, we must make it happen. Two, we must respect the rules of we must respect rules of law and ensure that there are no lacuna, no dragging, no time wasters is encouraged in the market. Three, I will ensure that these reforms that we have started, let's push it to a logical conclusion over 2-3 years before we start talking about we are heading for any set of changes or the other. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Prof, over to you, sir.
Thank you. I think one of the things that the Commissioner said is very important and they should stay with us, which is that they are not in to run the business. That is very important, which means they are here to ensure that business works, delivery of power within the states. One of the things that they should also do is being that state governments want to ensure that they deliver this service to the people, and they are subnational. I know Lagos State is much more suited than most other states to be able to play the role of guarantee you're talking about. But to improve power in different aspects, that role is very important, being able to ensure that some guarantee comes in to support the power player there.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you very much, panelists. I think, Mr. Bosun, we would like to take questions now, if that's okay with you. Thank you.
a few questions, and anybody from Lagos, no questions. Let's meet in Lagos and resolve this in Lagos out of Abuja Disco's hearings. But everyone is welcome. We'll take about 2-3 questions from the floor. Thank you, my panelists. That's going to be a little bit difficult for me. This gentleman is, okay, there's a lady in white. Yes, the madam in white. Will you please pass the microphone to, yes, thank you, madam.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Idayat Olorungbebe from the FCCPC, Consumer Protection Commission. My take home today, we at the consumer protection end, we are happy with this marketplace going to the state government. It means it's going to the grassroots more now. So it's a happy development on our own side, and the Professor Bat has really gone into it. So the expectation now is that he said what consumers want is electricity. How it will come, they don't care. What they know is that government is supposed to supply them, and then the discos now, you monitor your network so that this energy debt will reduce. Now what we are saying is that if states can really take over and be in charge, it will go down to the grassroots, and then the complaints will reduce, and everybody will be happy. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you so much, madam. That is well noted. Please let me quickly give a preference, if we all please can, to Mr. Paul Zingamde, who is the Managing Director of Plateau State Energy Corporation, who is representing the Executive Governor of Plateau State at this conference. Mr. Gamde, are you in the hall? Thank you very much. Please, you have the floor. 1 minute, please. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Okay. The Honorable Commissioner, Minister, and all other protocol observed. Please, as pointed out by Prof. Bat Naji, with respect to the investment of states in the discourse, one of the key issues is the states tend to try to look at when they have possibly some embedded power generated, to possibly look at, I was the one that created this network, and I've just generated power very close to that place. I don't know how it's going to be resolved, if the states will be able to get access to the investment they made, which was not with any refund from the DISCO. They have been using it, but the states possibly will want to use that particular network that they created to try to distribute their own embedded power. How does it key in the marketplace? I'm asking for further clarification.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. We appreciate that from Plateau State. Let's take the gentleman seated over there.
He wants to take more questions before.
Just about 3, and then we can quickly respond.
Thank you very much. My name is Longa from Seplat. My question is... Longa from Seplat.
Oh, Seplat. Okay, sorry.
We're actually doing a very good thing here in terms of the NIP SIP that the Honorable Minister is putting together. But I also know that the states, they're also going to come up with their own kind of policies. Is there a plan for an handshake or integration? So I need to know how that will work, because if that is not put in place, we might go into some kind of rough issues. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think we can take those 3 very quickly first.
Yes, thank you. Prof will take the one on... So Prof will take Plateau.
If I get you right, your question is about the investment of states, whether they could, claw back, am I right?
Yes, correct.
Basically, and so use such, that would be an absolute mess. I can tell you when I was minister, that some governors actually came to ask this type of question. And the most we could do was encourage them to be part of the privatization. It's not an easy thing because a lot different people invest in electricity infrastructure, and you can't quite separate it out. As a matter of fact, the reason why we keep hopping on collaboration with the existing DISCO is whether the existing DISCO agrees to do franchise, that's fine. But if not, then you can't just snatch the wires from them. It's just not a feasible thing. You'll be in court for a long time, and you won't win that situation. So there is also, for states that want to expand, right-of-way is a very basic thing. The government, starting from ECN, acquired right-of-way, thousands of kilometers. So the states just can't even think about that. You need to just line up and be part of this and make sure that things work within the states. That is my advice, but not to go and begin to run. Look at how difficult it is for the nation itself to run it, how much more if we now go to states.
Thank you very much, Prof. Ironically, the first integrated utility in NESCO is in Jos, which is...
Exactly. So the NESCO was working because, in fact, really working because they generated the electricity from the tin mine and supplied. They had control of the feed until NEPA at the time decided, well, we're authority, we take you over. And that's when power stopped working in Jos. So we know that history.
Thank you very much. I think the next question is best answered by the Honorable Commissioner. The question about the synergy between the state policy, basically your IRP and the national IRP. Is there a handshake? That's from Mr. Lunge.
Okay. You don't even waste any time or think about it twice. We are subnationals. That is still the nation. If we need to do any transaction beyond the borders of this country, Honorable Minister will have to sign off. So why will I not work directly with him to make sure that everything works? Even our market design must be synced with his design. You can see that I'm emphasizing and I'm begging that I don't know what is in his mind, but market must settle. If we don't have that settlement resolved, that will be issue. I've also made it open here. I've humbly requested to him in private that, see, some of your men, I'm going into certain places, I'm taking 6 months, 3 months, see, procedures, manuals, the things you have worked with in time past, the things that are working, the things that are commendable, even where you fail, let's go through it. You also have to know, too, it's not the day that my law is signed that things will start working. Whatever. There is an holding period. There are activities designed by the law. There are things we need to comply with. But immediately the law is signed, of course, between us and the DISCOs, we have to start working together to create that future that ensures that all the federal institutions are aligned with us, and then we're able to push together. Thank you.
Honorable Commissioner, I won't let you go off on that one yet. That's Lagos State. Do your colleague commissioners have the same view?
I think I have a few of them in the room. As of yesterday, I think there were a number of us here yesterday.
Yeah.
Now, this is what I know. All of us are aligned completely with we have even set up a platform to have monthly meetings with the Honorable Minister so that it's not just that anybody is throwing assignments. And the last one we had, he brought all the head of the parastatals and institutions with him. And it was open, it was frank. And then let me also disclose here. You see, we must allow everybody to progress at their own pace. We are not going to, and I think most of our states too, are agreeable to the fact that make Ondo do am, make Oyo do am, make I see how Lagos go do am before I put my head. So please, be assured there will not be, it's a national thing, there's an alignment within the nation that let's give this a push.
The handshake is happening. Yeah, okay, thank you. Please, Honorable Minister now, please. Can you give him a microphone to the Honorable Minister?
Could you please power up the mic that the minister has, please?
I think it's okay now. Thank you very much for this opportunity to say a few things in addition to what the panelists have discussed. What we are discussing today, this panel specifically, is very, very important to the survival and sustainability of this sector. And it is quite sensitive. Therefore, we must tread carefully. We must tread carefully. We should not be in a hurry. The market is not a matured market. It's not matured enough. When we have everything centralized as a single regulator, we still have myriad of issues. Now we intend to create regulatory framework across the 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory. It's something that we must do in a highly systematic and strategic manner. I've discussed with NAC, and we're still going to have further discussions on it. We need just a couple of states as a pilot, which is why I actually altered granting of further regulatory autonomy. My preference was to have each zones represented in this pilot, probably having a state from the southwest, a state from the southeast, from the north, and probably from the middle belt, making up about 4 states to start with, because each of our geographical zones, they have their own peculiarities when it comes to the electricity market, both from the supply side and the demand side. We know that the hydroelectric power that we have today is highly concentrated in the middle belt, which is the north central, talking about Niger, Taraba, and so on and so forth, with its own environmental peculiarities. The Niger Delta area, south-south, southeast, and midwest, and some part of the west, concentration of the thermal plants, the gas power plants, with the pipeline issues, environmental issues, right of way, and all that. When we have each of these zones represented in the pilots, and we allow it to run for 3, 6 months, even up to a year, all the issues, all the possible issues will have been reflected, so that we are going to have a learning curve, and all those issues will be addressed before granting further regulatory autonomy. Because I have a feeling that we don't have a comprehensive understanding of what this autonomy means. The fact that we give a state regulatory autonomy doesn't mean that it's just about distribution or the DISCO. It's regulation across the value chain. The generation within your territory, transmission within your territory, and distribution within your territory, including tariff setting. Which is why when I look at my dear brother, my former colleague in the banking sector, and my dear friend, the Commissioner for Energy and Natural Resources from Lagos, Biodo Ogunleye, when I look at him, I just shake my head. Because Lagos State has almost over 40% of national consumption today in terms of electricity distribution. The moment you take over the regulatory activities of Lagos State, you are taking that burden off the federal government. And when we talk about tariff, the subsidy, and all that, it's on your neck. I don't know the balance sheet upon which you want to leverage for you to guarantee settlements on a monthly basis. When you talk about monthly settlements, that's 45 days. 15 days after the month end, every operator is settled. You have a subsidy to settle of 100 billion. And what's your IGR? What's your federal allocation? How do you settle that? We have to sit down and let everybody have a complete understanding of what this regulatory autonomy, what it means. Whether we are going to go the full hog in terms of absolute autonomy, or it's going to be a partial autonomy in the meantime before we achieve a matured electricity market. That's one thing that we have to look at. Then talking about capacity, I think we underestimate the capacity required to have regulatory authorities in 36 states plus the FCT. Even at the federal level, we are still grappling with capacity issues. And let me tell you today, 90% of operators, personnel in Nigeria today, they are people trained by the former NEPA, Nigeria National Electric Power Authority, through NAPTIN, that's the National Power Training Institute in Abuja here, and all the job training that we have. The companies that took over our operating companies from generation, transmission, and distribution, they have not done a lot when it comes to training of personnel. All of them still leverage on the capacity developed by NEPA. If I give Biodun 6 personnel from NAC, and I gave Enugu another 6 personnel, Ondo asked for 6 personnel, Ekiti asked for 6 personnel, what is left in NEC? 0. And we still have 32 more states to go. So don't let us underestimate the magnitude of capacity required for this sector to have 36 states running the market, which means that we must invest in capacity building locally. And it must start from now to start training our people. What will require even goes beyond Electricity Regulatory Commission. I'm talking about NEMSA, the Inspectorate Division, the Nigerian Electricity Management Service Agency. You want to replicate that across 36 states. Where are the engineers that will do the inspectorate? Where is the capacity? So we need to work on this capacity, and sometimes we must appreciate before we go the full hog of granting autonomy to all the states. Then, asset delineation. There are assets that actually localize within a state territory. There are assets that cross from one state to another, which is why we should not delay the idea of structuring the discourse around the states. Let us know which assets belong to a sub-disco within a state. When you have assets that have cross-state existence, let us know how we are going to divide these assets. And when a state takes up the regulation, when you have those kind of assets, how do you treat them? If you want to go into franchising, how do you determine the asset to be given to a particular franchisee and all that? So that is very, very important. Then the issue of liquidity. I think I mentioned it before. We have to sit down. Because you cannot take over assets and leave liabilities behind. You must take both assets and liabilities. When you are determining the tariffs, you understand? For the band A, probably you don't have any responsibility. When it comes to other bands, including bandits and the bandwagons, you must take responsibility. Yes, you have to take responsibility. So, on what balance sheet do you really want to leverage? Even if Lagos State can even be so, maybe their liabilities can still be covered to a large extent. What about other states that depend largely on federal allocation? After paying salaries and, executing certain statutory responsibilities, nothing is left. And you want to take over power. So you don't take over regulation for taking purpose. You must be able to live up to the billing of what you are assuming. Then the issue of power asset protection. Do you have the framework and the structure to prevent energy theft? This vandalism that we talk about, what plans do you have to deploy your state apparatus to stop vandalism within your territory? Let's see what is happening in the Northeast today. They are putting everything on the head of the minister. In the past 2-3 weeks now, Northeast has been experiencing blackouts in most parts of that region. Whose fault? Vandalism. Some people from there went ahead and destroyed transmission power assets. When you destroy towers, you destroy substations, you destroy high voltage power lines, of course, there will not be power. There will be blackout. Even if we want to fix it, like we have deployed our people to fix it, they've been working tirelessly in the last 2 weeks. But it takes time for it to be fully fixed. What we are giving them is 27th of May for them to complete the repair of those vandalized. So what plan do states have to protect these assets? But the moment you take them over, they become the responsibility of the state to protect. So energy theft and vandalism, the issue of consumer protection. This must be comprehensively documented. How do we intend to protect the consumers? We had some of the consumer rights activists here yesterday, and they came up with a lot of valid requests from consumers that must be attended to. So, state taking over regulation must have a comprehensive plan to protect consumers, and there must be an advocacy towards achieving this, to let them know that your power issues are no longer federal issues, they are now state issues. You understand? So we like to see that. Then the issue of franchising. I believe that the discourse as they presently exist cannot provide all the required capital to upgrade our power infrastructures. There are some areas that will never be attractive to this discourse. So what plans do we have for franchising of certain areas that the discourse won't be interested in, but they can be entitled to royalty because they are still the major or principal owner of the power asset? There are some small investors that have their capital ready, are ready to take up a particular community within the disco territory, and they will upgrade it within 3 months and give them regular supply. So there must be an arrangement between the state and the principal disco to achieve this. So lastly, before I drop this microphone, I think I'm about forgetting this last one, but it's very, very important. It's very important. Let me just round up. If I remember before I will let you know about it. So we have to sit down when it comes to integrating the national policy and the state policy. My own view about this is what we are developing today is about the national integrated electricity policy, and now we're going to achieve the strategic implementation plan together with the integrated, that's the IRP resource plan. The states will derive their own policy from this. The only difference that will be there is that they will have to localize those policies in line with their own local peculiarities. And we'll sit down and see areas where we can cooperate, areas where we can partner, and areas where we can collaborate. But it's a single electricity market as it is today. We want to have 36 plus 1, which is FCT. Electricity market is something we must approach with all the caution. And we have to
Also joining me for this panel is Mr. Muhammadu Dara, Deputy Director, Nigeria Energy and Water Sector Supervision at the AFDB. Please come also to the podium. Mr. Balde. Balde. Mr. Balde, please. Yes, please, yes. Also, Mr. Mohamedou Dara of AFD. Oh, okay, yes, okay. Okay, where's Mr. Mohamedou Dara? Also, Mr. Joshua Garba, head of Component Enabling Environment for RE and EE at the GIZ, the German investment company. Mr. Mohamedou? Please, do we have Mr. Joshua Yari Garba in the room? Please, very quickly, so that we can wrap up this final panel for about 30 minutes. Please come to the podium. Also, Mr. Yuzuru Susumu, country representative Nigeria for JICA, that's a Japanese investment. Mr. Susumu, thank you very much. Susumu, this way, please. Also joining this panel is Mr. Muhammad Wakil, country rep Nigeria for GEAPP. The country director for GEAPP, Mr. Muhammad Wakil. If you're in the hall, please join us on the podium. Mr. Stuart Tibbs, Senior Responsible Officer at FCDO. Thank you. Thank you, Stuart. And finally, the country representative for Nigeria, UNDP, Elsie Atafua. Elsie, are you in the room? The country representative in Nigeria of UNDP, Elsie Atafua, are you in the room?
Okay. This is mine. Okay. No, I think. No, it doesn't matter.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Let's get on to the final panel before we go to the closing plenary very quickly. Thank you, gentlemen, for this particular development finance development partners panel, which closes this two-day policy dialogue event. And I have just one single question for all my panelists. It's the easiest job I've ever done. Just one question, and everyone responds to that. But let me start from the EFDB, which is one of the major partners to the Nigerian government and the Ministry of Power for this event year after year. And we thank the EFDB for supporting the Republic of Nigeria for this. Let me ask you, what areas of support does the EFDB have presently or ongoing or that are being planned, that is in the works, in the manner of speaking, that is relevant to the reforms in the Nigerian power sector?
Thank you very much. As you heard from the Director General and the VP yesterday, is it okay? Okay, good. We have two projects that are ongoing, the Nigerian Transmission Expansion Project and the National Electrification Project. That's a portfolio of about $410 million. And just the holding of this Africa Energy Marketplace platform, which is our policy dialogue platform, I think has been quite successful. And that will now lead to the next financing that should come to Nigeria, which is about $1 billion in 2 phases to support all the policy issues that have been raised and the initiatives of the government. So ADB remains absolutely committed, right from the governance, the integrated resource planning, the human capital development, the sector reforms, and support to NERC, because tariff and subsidy policy are critical. And lastly, partnerships, whether it's financing partners, development partners, service providers, etc., etc. So we are fully committed and will be accompanying the government every step of the way. We are glad that the Honorable Minister is so energized and providing that leadership, and I think that will make our job easy. Thank you.
Thank you so much from the EFDB. I'll have an auxiliary question, but just a general question. Let me ask from the EFD, which is the French-speaking arm, the Mamoudou Dera, Deputy Country Director for Nigeria, Energy, Water, Resources. What do you have?
No, thank you. I would answer this question in 5 points. 1, convergence. 2, the grid, fixing the grid and strengthening it. 3, help the country develop all its renewable energy potential. 4, access to electricity. And 5, energy transition. AFD, the French Development Agency, have been known in the sector as historical partner of the transmission segment of the sector. We try with TCN and the Ministry of Power to fix the grid first, to have more energy. And the new direction we are taking is to strengthening it to help evacuate renewable energy. So we'll continue with that, with our interventions on that area. We are now starting addressing a new area, which is the renewable energy generation. We are not trying to replace the private sector, but we want to work with the Ministry of Power. We are currently working with the Ministry of Power to have a pilot solar PV project. So we will be, under the new Electricity Act, looking at opportunities, encouraging both private and public sector renewable energy on solar or hydro projects in the future. And as I said, one of the focus area for us will be access to electricity. I know that some of our colleagues, the World Bank particularly, works with the Rural Electrification Agency on that. We would like to come in since the challenges are just colossal for the country. We are talking about 80 to 90 million people to give electricity to. So we'll be working with the ministry on that area. And lastly, last but not least, area is the energy transition. We all know that power represents key and critical sector for the transition towards net zero for Nigeria. So we are looking at working with the Ministry of Power to play its critical role towards the achievement of the net zero ambition. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. We appreciate the support that Nigeria is getting from the French Development Agency. And it's very good because we've got the EFDB, we've got the French, now we have the German, the GIZ, Joshua Yargarba, head of Component Enabling Environments. Thank you. What do we have from your angle as a development partner to the Ministry of Power and all the agencies within the ministry to support the Nigeria's renewed focus, reforms in the energy sector, whether at the federal level, now going down to the subnational?
Okay, thank you very much. We have heard a lot these 2 days, and in fact, I have seen a lot of opportunities, challenges, and also opportunities. And we have also seen the policy actions from our side, from GIZ, ECOWAS, and Nigeria. I think, first of all, we are going to continue to be looking at sustainable energy access, where we are looking at on-grid and off-grid solutions. I know that we have worked on the IMAS. I think the MD of REA spoke about it yesterday. We have worked on the IMAS, and we understand the challenges, and we are also looking inwards to see how we can overcome some of these challenges. Now, talking about support for sustainable energy access also, we are bringing into the table support for especially regulation policies and regulations for the premium grids, which will focus on commercial and industrial sectors. This morning we heard from the Honorable Minister when he mentioned the situation. In fact, we have been working with industries, about 60 manufacturing industries, and we realized that almost all the industries are actually off-grid due to the efficiency and quality of our power systems. Then we are also looking at the demand side. Apart from the supply side, we are also looking at the demand side management, where we are working on energy efficiency for the building sectors, which we have developed the Building Energy Efficiency Code. So right now we are trying to domesticate it in states, and also energy efficiency for the industrial sectors, which we are also supporting. One of those things also that we are also going to be doing is also streamlining importation procedure. Now, maybe I draw the attention of the Honorable Minister to this, that as critical as the power sector is, sir, we realized with our engagement with, which we started with ACTAF, we realized with our engagement with the Federal Ministry of Finance and also Customs, that the Federal Ministry of Power is not a member of the Tariff Technical Committee. And for a critical sector like the power sector, I think the Ministry of Power should be part of the Tariff Technical Committee. And we also have the platform, which was developed. So far, we have covered 22 states, where we have at least the data that we require to go in, especially for the mini-grids, to see where we have the transmission lines, the distribution lines, their status. We will continue for the other states, hopefully, because what we do is we go on ground to be able to gather data. Then finally, the two things also that I see us do in this phase of our intervention is also the issue of capacity development. We know that we already have developers on board, and it's important for us to develop the capacity of more developers, because more is coming, more investments are coming. And finally, also support to the associations through that's Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Associations, through the Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Associations Alliance, which was established by NESP, that's GIZ. But then apart from that, we also have other programs that we're working on. Like we have 3 hydrogen programs where we look at policy, where we look at investments. We also have the Partnership for Accelerated Global Energy Transition Program. Then we also have the SDG market building, focusing on integrating renewable energy in the agricultural sector.
Quite a whole lot that is coming out from the GIZ. Thank you so much for weighing in. Let me move on very quickly to JICA, where Yuzurius Susumu is the country representative for Nigeria. I'm sure Nigeria have always had a very good handshake with the Japanese authorities and the private sector and the government of Japan when it comes to the private sector and across business, trade, and other bilateral relations. So tell me about what we have on ground right now going on with Nigeria, and what are other plans that you have in the short to medium term for the power sector? Thank you.
Thank you very much for kind introduction. Yeah, for JICA, we have a very close relation with the Nigerian Energy Authority, in particular Federal Ministry of Power, and TACN, and DISCOS, and NARC, and NEC Energy Commissions. And we should not forget about the private sector participation and partner with DISCO. So we have a focus on policy development and institutional development and capacity development and also infrastructure development. And as to the technical cooperation, we've been working with the federal government of power. In the past, we collaboratively developed the master plan for power and also transmission development. It was 2016. And now we understand that the UK colleagues and the UN fellows are collaborating to upgrade and integrate all those relevant plans in this field. So we'd like to collaborate with those efforts and come up with a feasible and implementable master plan in this sector. And we have several embedded experts in Power Ministry and also REA and DISCO. So together, we'd like to join forces of those different relevant stakeholders to pursue the shared goal proposed by and decided by the master plan. And as to the infrastructure development, we have a financial arm for the investment, and both grant and loan, concessional loans. And we have now developing the substation in Lagos to supply stable power in the most needed place in Lagos central area. And also now we are in the process of building a transmission line from Lagos to Ogun, which is a demand center and quite an important critical part of industrial development in this country. And as to the demand side, as our colleague properly mentioned, it's a quite important issue, but we haven't exploited its potential yet. So energy efficiency is another venue to put our effort and resources in the coming years. Because now we are observing a hike in the tariff, both energy and fuel and electricity. So the people are considering minimizing their expense on the power consumption. So now we are working with the Japanese companies. Daikin is famous for ventilation air conditioner, how to introduce the energy efficient ventilation system, air conditioner in this country. So we're going to start a demonstration project soon in Lagos and some big cities in this country.
Interesting. Thank you very much, and we appreciate it. Let's give a round of applause. They're building new transmission lines from Lagos, and a lot of good things are happening. Thank you so much from JICA. Let me ask Sport Tibbs, who is Sport, you're there? Okay, great. Let me ask you, the Senior Responsible Officer for FCDO, what areas of support are we looking at to support Nigeria, what the Ministry of Power is doing, what the Nigerian government is also doing with respect to electricity?
Great, thank you very much indeed. So I think the most visible part of the UK support at the moment is the UK NIAF facility. That's the UK Nigeria Infrastructure Advisory Facility, which has been involved with supporting the events yesterday and today. This has been running, the program has been running for 16 years in total now. And it works very, very flexibly. It has at its core some technical assistance for many of the institutions in NESI. It works with TCN, supporting its standing operator procedures. It works in depth with NERC, supporting data and dashboards to support NERC's regulatory functions, and also works on supporting tariff development as well. It's also working with several areas that complement the policy dialogue of the World Bank and also the African Development Bank. So over the last few years, UK NIAF has supported on the DISCO audits, and also the work on multi-year tariffs is also very much in that vein. So it kind of supports the much larger resources of the MDBs as well. So a couple of other areas which are very important with energy transition in mind. UK NIAF is working to develop interconnected mini-grids with a pilot around Mabushi. It's also supporting the Ministry of Power with a large consultative and technical program around the integrated resource plan. And so, you know, preparing this at a national level, the integrated resource plan, consistent with Nigeria's nationally determined contribution targets, is a key bit of work that they're doing, and also seeing how the state angle fits in. And on the subject of states, I've been really pleased over the last year how UK NIAF has adapted and sort of shown agility in responding to the Electricity Act 2023, which sets the agenda, you know, for the whole industry now. So UK NIAF has, you know, as you can see today and in December and in between, just supporting government with that process. Other types of finance include, in the off-grid space, working with infra credit, which provides local currency guarantees, working with infra credit to unlock finance for mini-grids and household solar solutions. So I think, you know, tapping into major sources of capital, pensions, and so forth is an exciting prospect to really go to scale. UK institutions also, such as Ofgem, the UK's regulator for electricity, has a partnership with NERC as well. So those are some of the kind of technical assistance or peer-to-peer engagements that we have going. And I'll just finish with two which are around our role in the international community. One is that all of us sit on a NDGP, the Nigeria Donor Power Group. And as it happens at the moment, it's the turn of the UK and the African Development Bank to co-chair this for the next 2 years. The last 2 years, it was the EC and the World Bank. So this is our forum for making sure that we harmonize and harmonize how we present ourselves to government, and align with the government's plans as efficiently as we can. And very finally, I'll just go back to the World Bank and AFDB again, because like Japan, like Germany, the UK takes its shareholding in these multilateral development banks very seriously. So we're always very keen to see proposals coming to the boards of the World Bank and the African Development Bank, whether it's policy operations to support power sector reform, or whether it's the investments that are underpinning transmission and distributable renewable energy. So, yep. So it's not just our bilateral work, but also the work we do through multilaterals, which all of us shareholders take very seriously. Thank you.
Well, we appreciate the UK. Thank you very much, everyone, for that round of applause. Thank you for the technical support. And one of the key support is also those guarantees in local currency for transactions that are needed. I think that will give some level of support and comfort to Nigeria and to the industry as well, when we can have things done in local currency rather than using the any other foreign currency to secure that. Thank you. Let me have a final chat with Muhammad Wakil, who is the country rep in Nigeria for GEAPP. You have the floor, please.
Thank you very much. I think it's necessary to reintroduce GEAP, the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet. It's a relatively new organization. It was created in 2021. It exists primarily to support developing countries in their work towards achieving the energy transition. The idea is that developed countries already have the means and the capacity to play their own part, and once that is done, developing countries will be next in terms of achieving the needs of the climate change agenda. So GEAP is funded, it's a development organization primarily, similar to the bilateral and multilateral organizations on the panel. But what makes us different is that we are not funded by governments. We are funded primarily by private philanthropic organizations. And also, we don't work in all aspects of development. We're focused on energy, specifically clean energy. And we work in partnership with these same organizations. We are an alliance at the same time as being an organization. And so our alliance partners include AFDB, AFD, World Bank, GIZ, etc. In Nigeria, we were invited to support the government when it announced its energy transition plan back in November 2021. So what we do in Nigeria falls under three categories. The first is working on the enabling environment for the energy transition. The second is supporting the private sector, usually the local private sector, in deploying the solutions that are needed. And then lastly, it's enabling local currency financing. So an example of the first type of intervention is our funding of the Energy Transition Office, which is a team that's been created in partnership with SE for All and is supporting the presidency in coordinating the implementation of the ETP. And we have a few of other similar of such enabling environment interventions. The second type is focused on the private sector. So a more recent example of what we've done is you might recall that the Honorable Minister of Power commissioned an interconnected mini-grid pilot back in December in Toto, Nasarawa. So that's an example of a project that we've supported. The type of support we provided was that we gave the distribution company technical assistance to help in building the business model. We also provided the developer with a CapEx grant to help close some of the funding gaps that they had. And we're doing a similar activity in 4 other sites across the country, not just in Abuja. Another example is that we have a collaboration with the Rural Electrification Agency called the Energizing Agriculture Program, where we are supporting communities that have received solar mini-grids in connecting, in making the best out of this new resource that they have and connecting it to the local economies. And in most of our rural areas, the local economy is driven by agriculture, so we are providing support that enables them to use this energy for agro-processing, irrigation, etc., in a way that engages the solar mini-grid and avoids the use of expensive diesel and petrol gensets. So it's also addressing the carbon emissions question. And in the last category, in the third category of local currency financing, we're collaborating with local financial institutions to create local currency facilities. The first example I can give is our collaboration with Chapel Hill Denham, which is a Nigerian fund manager. We have helped them to raise $50 million in Naira equivalent, which is dedicated primarily to funding distributed renewable energy projects. So it's a debt facility, and it's designed specifically to address the needs, long-term financing needs of these type of projects, where in preparation of similar interventions, but in equity, for example, helping to create equity facilities. And I have multiple conversations with other local financial institutions. So we're trying to provide a comprehensive support for Nigeria's energy transition. Thank you.
Please, a very big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for these development partners to the Ministry of Power. We appreciate all that you're doing, and you're looking to do more in the future from across the world, across Africa and around the world. We thank you very much for all the support. Honorable Minister, a round of applause for them. Thank you. Thank you. They've just provided they just explained some of the things they're doing to support the great work we're doing as we move forward in this very important road on policy dialogue, policy regulations, investment for the power sector. Please give a round of applause. My panelists, thank you very much for coming. We appreciate your time and your support with the Ministry of Power. Thank you very much. Let's step forward for a group photograph. And after this, the Honorable Minister of Power, Chief Adebayo Adelabu, will give the closing remarks for this two-day conference. Let me now invite the Honorable Minister, Chief Adebayo Adelabu. Please, a round of applause for him as he makes a declaration to this two-day conference, and then Wale will close the, yes, for us. Thank you.
It's a Friday. Once again, good afternoon, everyone. Let me once again thank all of you for the commitment and passion you have shown to see this event through to the end. It's been a long 2 days. You were all here yesterday, and very early this morning, you also arrived here. I want to thank the last set of panelists for the support they have shown to our country in terms of being our development partners and supporting our programs and activities at the Ministry of Power and our agencies and across the nation. We want to thank you so much. We all appreciate that the world is now a global village, and cooperation, collaboration, partnership is the name of the game if you truly want to go far globally. So thank you so much. But like Oliver Twist, who always asks for more, we know you've done a lot for us, but we still want you to continue to do more. My job this afternoon is going to be a very short one, because we are being time conscious, because a lot of people want to go for the Jumat prayer. So I'll just make sure I do it, or I'll carry out within 5 to 10 minutes. In terms of what we have been discussing since yesterday, I just have a little summary of issues that we have touched upon that are going to form the content of our policy trust at the Ministry of Power. I will not go into too much details. I'll just read them out to save time. And I believe that we're going to be getting feedbacks on these issues for us to collate it into a draft policy document for FEC approval. The first issue we discussed at length here is the issue of Nigeria electricity supply industry licensing capitalization, recapitalization, and we've discussed the magnitude of capital required to move this sector forward. It's a very huge sector. In fact, I believe it's bigger than the telecom sector when it actually realizes its full potential. So a lot of capital is required, and this capital has been described in various manner of agile capital, patient capital, and so on and so forth. But we know that a lot of capital is required. And recapitalization will be across the segments in the value chain, not just discos alone. Even the gencos require capital. Transmission also requires capital, while the distribution component also requires capital.
Number 2 issue here is a DISCO sub-franchising plan requirement. I think I mentioned a couple of things around this particular issue, that the DISCOs, as they are presently constituted, cannot take us to our desired destination. There are still a lot of people waiting by the sideline who want to come into the industry with their own capital here and there. So there will be some communities that will be franchised out of the existing DISCO territories, which I believe will assist us to achieve optimization of the sectoral performance. Then another issue has to do with the firm contract for secure service supply and payment assurance. Of note here is the issue of gas supply, which we believe has to be based on firm contracts between the GENCOs and the gas supply companies. So there will be supply obligations, contractual obligations that if it is contravened, sanction is waiting. But if it is on the current best endeavor basis, I don't think we can get anywhere. So a lot of the GENCOs must go into firm gas supply contracts with payment assurance to these gas companies. Let's talk about the issue of data centralization and open access to this data. The next is the issue of capacity building and national content development. This capacity building cannot be overemphasized. It cuts across all the segments of the power sector. And it also came up when we were discussing the issue of regulatory autonomy being granted to some states. One major impediment to achieving their objective is about capacity, which we believe is a constraint in this country. And I mentioned that even at the centralization of regulatory activity, we're still grappling with capacity issues. Now talk of replicating this across 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory. So it's something that we need to focus on, and there must be policies around capacity building and local content development. Then the new sources of finance. It's also an issue. We must have policies around. We're talking about the Green Climate Fund and other new sources of financing for the power sector. Then talking about state electricity markets. I mentioned that this is a new area, and we must be very careful in terms of how we want to approach this. It's not something that must be done in a hurry. We must pick a few states, use them as pilots from where we're going to have some learning points that will now be incorporated into granting other states their regulatory autonomy. And again, for the states market, one thing that I forgot the last time I was making my comments is in the area of that portion of generation that the states should encourage. I think they need to focus more on renewables. They need to focus more on renewables, and each of the states, they have their natural endowments. Mr. Biodun Gule, are you still around? I think he's left. He said he had a flight to catch. Lagos State does not have a reason not to have wind farms as source of power because they are blessed with very effective coastal offshore wind along the Ajah-Lekki axis to Epe. And thank God for the coastal road, which is being contemplated now. With that coastal road between Lagos to Calabar, all those 9 states, it's so much opportunity for them to develop their wind energy sources along the coastal area. So Lagos, Ondo, Ogun, Edo Delta, Bayelsa Rivers, Akwa Ibom and Cross River, they don't have any excuse not to be able to develop their wind farm as we have in Europe. Most of the countries in Europe, from Netherlands to Spain to Germany to France, all of them, they are heavily into wind energy source, and it's quite effective. Even I believe it's more effective than solar energy, because after the sunlight, solar is not effective again. Except we have your BES, your battery energy storage system, and it's quite expensive. But with wind is 24 hours. It's 24 hours. So I believe those coastal states need to look at possibility of developing their markets around wind source of energy. Then the next issue we talk about is the consideration of the integrated resource plan and the energy transition plan. We must have policies around these two. Then the third-party investment recognition. And the regulators are to manage the process of recognition of investment by third parties, including customers, and providing a transparent mechanism for cost recovery. The regulation on third-party investments in electricity networks will be a good reference. This is very important. Government alone cannot provide all the investment required in this sector. We actually need the private sector investors. And we said that there must be a line of sight to cost recovery and even profitability before they can be attracted. And someone mentioned that investment follows the path of least resistance. What other thing in this world doesn't follow the path of least resistance? Almost everything. So the issue of vandalism, we have to handle it. If you actually want to drive investment into our transmission segment, nobody will touch transmission if vandalism still continues. The issue of right of way, if it's not addressed, no private investor will come. We all know this. So these are the house cleaning activities that must be carried out. Because we just continue to pay lip service to private investment. Some things must galvanize these investments. And it's our duty to work on those things. If you are docile and we refuse to work on them, investment will run away from this sector. Government will just be the only one pushing in money, and will be slow in achieving our desired destination. Then TCN infrastructures, I think we've said so much about this, so we're going to have policies around the reform that we're carrying out in TCN in terms of the PIP for TCN, for the TSP, and in terms of the activity of the ISO, that's Independent System Market Operator 2. Another issue we discussed was the issue of investment risk mechanisms. The risk instrument tailored to the Nigerian electricity supply industry, such as guarantees, insurance schemes that are to be created to mitigate investment risk for private sector participants. We talk about guarantees. And I believe that federal government is always very reluctant in giving sovereign guarantees. There must be alternative forms of assurance for investors coming. So the issue of insurance schemes will come up. Then the grid supply reliability and integration of renewable energy technologies. Yes, I think I mentioned this too. Now that's the way to go in terms of our energy transition plan. Then the universal electricity access goals. Yes, there's a declaration on this, and I think Nigeria is also a signatory to this goal. And we also listened to the Commissioner for Energy in Lagos, who mentioned that their focus is to give unlimited or unrestricted access to energy to everybody. That is the goal of everybody, even at the federal level. Electricity access should be a right. And whatever we do should be non-discriminatory. But we must also appreciate the current realities. Is it possible to achieve stability for 100% of electricity consumers, given the state of our infrastructure? No. So what we are trying to do is to design a program that will serve as a journey that will start from somewhere. And with critical timelines, we are going to continue to migrate everybody to optimal service provision. You cannot achieve it for everybody in one day. If you are waiting to achieve for everybody in one day, you will not do anything. So the strategy is to start from a portion of the market, while not completely neglecting other portions of the market. So when they say the issue of band A, band B is discriminatory, I disagree. It's not discriminatory. We just appreciate the state of our power infrastructures. And we don't want to see that state of infrastructure as a challenge. We want to see it as an opportunity to revamp this industry itself, which is why they have identified those distribution infrastructures that can withstand supply of electricity beyond 20 hours. So let us start with these ones and take them away from generating plants, whereby they'll be having responsibility for diesel and petrol. From there, we'll continue to upgrade the infrastructure for other bands and be migrating others. And within a period of 6 months to 3 years, I can beat my chest that we're going to have significant improvement when it comes to stability of supply to everybody, household, businesses, offices, institutions, and industries. That's the strategy we can adopt going forward, except we are not being realistic. So it's still in consonance with our universal access goals. It is non-discriminatory. So the last one here has to do with the climate change and the just energy transition. We are a signatory to this too, and we believe that as we move on in the journey to transform the power sector, we must have at the back of our mind the issue of climate change, the carbon emission, and full transition into cleaner and renewable energy. But I always like to sound a note of caution when it comes to transition. Though you can talk of transition 100%, you must be able to even satisfy your own consumers with reasonable level of electricity supply. Because the Western world are talking about transition now with all the vigor and all that. When they are trying to determine the base load of their own energy supply and they achieve stability, they use all forms of dirty sources of energy. They use the coal, they use the gas, they use, in fact, some are still using coal. Why I'm embracing renewable energy is because it's also a source of expanding our energy access to our people, not just for transition purpose alone. And we are one of the few countries that are blessed with all these natural gifts that support renewable energy. Like I mentioned yesterday, the sunlight is very good. We have very good waters and dams. We have an effective and efficient offshore wind. So talking about solar, talking about hydro, talking about wind, we have everything. We are naturally gifted. So we must have comprehensive policies around energy access as well as energy transition plan. And we should not forget our medium-term goal of Vision 30-30-30. So that by year 2030, we plan to ramp up generation capacity to 30 megawatts, out of which 30%, which is 9,000 megawatts, is targeted to be from renewable energy. That's our medium-term ETP goal. Dr. Olabi, am I right? Yes. Okay. Then the long-term goal of achieving zero carbon emission is fixed for year 2060. While we don't have so much control about what will happen in year 2060, we can create or lay a very solid foundation that will facilitate an achievement of that long-term goal, because by year 2060, I don't know how many of us here will still be talking, even if you are still alive, we'll be talking about power and energy. But what matters most is our foundation that we are laying today and the trajectory to achieve the medium-term goal as a basis for the long-term target. That is what we have in there. So those are the summary of issues that came up with the plenary discussions and the panel discussions that we have here. So what's the next level, the next stage? The next stage is about collating feedbacks from the event of today and coming up with a draft policy document and a strategic implementation plan together with an integrated resource plan that we are going to look at. And also we need to have engagements with the stakeholders. It doesn't end here. It's a continuous engagement so that even the demand side issues will be fully incorporated into the policies. Because that's the ultimate. The ultimate is to satisfy the market. So all the issues will once again be visited and they will collate them into a single draft policy document. And our target is by the end of September, at the latest, we should be able to submit a draft policy document, a final policy document for the approval of Federal Executive Council as required by the Electricity Act of 2023. So that is the plan that we have and the timeline. On that note, let me thank everybody for your time and for your participation in this event that has lasted 2 days. We know we have stretched a lot of you, but it's in line of national duty. And I believe that by the time we look back, we'll be happy that we have achieved something for our country. Thank you, and God bless. So the final handoff will be done by Wally. Thank you. Yes.
Wally, please. Wally has a few words. So thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Thank you very much for those words, kind words. Wally Shonibare will close on behalf of the FDB and other partners to this event.
Okay. Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, all it remains for me to do is to thank you all very much for the participation, the very vigorous and active participation. And, you know, we couldn't have expected better. The wholesome support from the minister himself staying with us for virtually the entire 2-day session, the ministry, the Federal Ministry of Power, their participation from the beginning, our partners, UK NIAF, also very, very active with us. We also had, you know, the Power Africa team. So this has really been a team effort to be able to have this very essential dialogue, bringing the entire sector together. You know, when we conceived the Africa Energy Marketplace, this was exactly what we wanted, you know, because we realized there was a gap in terms of policy dialogue getting the entire sector together. And what's happening in Nigeria is not unique to Nigeria. We've done this in close to 24 countries. But I must say this experience here has been the best, because we've really had, full support. And when you want to change a sector, you need ownership, you need sponsorship, you need the political will, because these are not easy changes to make. And you have to stay the course, because investment in the power sector, as somebody said yesterday, is a marathon. It's not a sprint. And you cannot afford policy flip-flops. You have to be consistent. When we're talking about bringing investment, these investments require 15, 20 years. Sometimes we lend for 21 years. So it's something that's going to outlast governments. But you need that continuity. Government is a continuum. It doesn't depend on who's in office at any one time. And you want that continuity, because when the next administration comes in, they need to continue. What the minister said about abandoned projects. Why do you have to start all over again with new projects when you haven't completed the ones that a previous administration started? So this conversation is certainly going to continue. And from the African Development Bank, our AEMP platform is part of our Africa Energy Technical Assistance Program. There are 4 pillars in that program. First is data, knowledge, and statistics. We can't go anywhere without data, knowledge, building capacity. The second is the policy dialogue, which we're doing here, and regulation. The third is utility transformation, because the utilities are the ones that are buying the power, so they have to be liquid. And lastly, regional interconnections. The scale of the development we need for Africa, to industrialize Africa, is not something that one country can do. If you look at the Inga Dam in DRC, that's like 50,000 megawatts. DRC alone cannot afford to build that infrastructure on their own. And you have to connect Africa. That's why we're also working on a continental master plan for electricity, because we want to create a single electricity market for Africa. And that's the way it should be. Regional interconnections. We have to trade amongst ourselves. Energy trade is very important. It's a part of the AFCFTA. That's the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. So we're staying the course. We just approved an ASTAP program for Nigeria, the Africa Energy Technical Assistance Program. We're working with NERC, we're working with the ministry, we're working with the state governments. As I speak today, we have 10 delegates from 3 pilot states who are attending a course on regulation. We're sponsoring them with the Africa School of Regulation. And then we're going to bring the Africa School of Regulation here to work with Nigerian academic institutions so we can have a bespoke course in Nigeria for regulation. So this is a long-term thing that we're doing. And also in terms of the implementation of the Electricity Act, we have to coordinate how that happens. Like the commissioner said, states will move at their own pace. But the way in which they do it has to be coordinated. We have to build capacity in order to do that. So I'd really like to thank all of our partners. And we need our development partners. So, we're working with the World Bank, with JICA, with GAP, with IFD. They were all here on stage. And we also have the country representative for UNDP. Unfortunately, she was not able to join us, Ms. Elsie Atafoa. So thank you so much for making it and being able to join. We all need to put our hands together, because donor coordination is also very important. And it was interesting because one of the predecessors of the honorable minister. I came to Nigeria once, and he was telling me, look, for us as a country, we are like a patient, and you donors are like the doctor. So you are the patient, each donor is coming up with their own prescription. Sometimes you are over-prescribing. You are not coordinating the prescription. If you are not careful, you are going to kill the patient. So we say, okay, the donors have to be coordinated and agree. We're all working to the same plan. And it's great that we have this NEPSIP document, which we're going to develop jointly with the Federal Ministry of Power, so that we all have the same hymn sheet that we're singing from. No single development institution can do it on their own. We have to apportion responsibility and decide who's going to do it. So now is the time to roll our sleeves up. It's not just about talking, it's also about doing. So hopefully, the next time we come, we'll be announcing some milestones that we have achieved as a result of this process. And last but not the least, I want to thank my staff and the entire team, TBI and the ministry and UKNIF. We've put them under a lot of pressure. Doing an event like this is not easy. And we've had to change venues quite a few times at the last minute. They managed to pull it off. So congratulations to everybody for a successful event, and hope to see you all again very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Wale. Thank you very much. Let's all give a round of applause. Thank you, and the Minister of Power. Thank you very much. Please, let's remain standing as we take the anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to bring this two-day policy dialogue of Africa Energy Marketplace, the 8th edition, to a formal close. The anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, please. I hereby declare this summit closed. Thank you, everyone. Have a safe trip. Enjoy your weekend. On behalf of the Federal Ministry of Power, the Africa Development Bank Group, and other partners, thank you very much, everyone. Lunch is provided just as the way we had it yesterday. The VIPs will have their lunch, the corridor to the right, while the rest of us will use the
everyone. My name is Jessica Izeme. I work with UKNIF, and today we're at the 8th edition of the African Energy Marketplace, which is taking place at the UBEC Digital Resource Center in Jabi here in Abuja.
It's our policy dialogue platform that brings together the government, the private sector, and all industry players to look at key issues and how we can prioritize the implementation and resolving these issues.
So we're going to have 6 panels, talking about how to sustain the industry, from the need to recapitalize to the need to integrate more renewable energy sources.
I'm delighted to welcome you all to the 8th edition of the African Energy Marketplace and Policy Dialogue for the National Integrated Electricity Policy Strategy and Implementation Plan, NIEP-SIP.
When there is light, everybody knows. When there is no light, everybody also knows. And you cannot achieve anything. Sincerely, power is like the blood that the economy requires to run.
And at the end of this, what we expect to see is that everybody would take a role in making sure that the sector moves in the right direction.
The AEMP was launched as a collaborative platform to facilitate dialogue between key stakeholders in government, the private sector, and development partners. I strongly believe and hope that through this collaboration, the federal government will leverage on the opportunity provided by AEMP to engage the stakeholders in the sector to facilitate the realization of the goals of the mandate.
I think the state of the Nigerian power sector today is a reflection of our actions and inactions of all the key stakeholders here, starting from legislation to the policy side to regulator itself and so on.
My name is Engineer Chibueze Eke. I am the CEO of Sea Solar Energy, and I am here at the Africa Energy Marketplace, which is really a gathering of great minds, leaders, captains of industry.
My name is Rodom Shana, and I'm the Chief Energy Sector Regulation Specialist at the African Development Bank. We are very proud to be working with the federal government of Nigeria and hosting this 2-day event, the Africa Energy Marketplace.
I think what we're trying to drive is what we call the NIPSIP, the National Integrated Electricity Policy, and the Strategic Implementation Plan.
So AEMP is a part of a Holistic Technical Assistance Program. This is a program that runs continuously to support our regional member countries.
And investors and financiers need to see this as a viable investment vehicle and actually come in to play their part.